Just hit the go live. And we should be live on Facebook. Okay, I have no sound on you, James.
It's because it's muted.
Cool. Oh, we're live?
Oh yeah, we're live.
But you're cheeky too. Look at you, you little cheeky self, you. All right, so you ready to do this? We haven't done this in like a while. I feel like I'm in a, on a new kind of, oh my God, I've never done this before kind of, feel.
It's like a bicycle.
The one where you fall off all the time, because I wasn't so good riding a bike when I was little. So just, I'm just saying, I'm a little, kind of little, but yeah. Okay. All right. So, check it out.
What have you been up to?
Oh, let's see. What have I been up to? I would have liked to have said I was like, doing traveling and all of that kind of thing, but yeah, no traveling for me because, we're on lockdown, all of that, et cetera, et cetera. And let's see, what are we doing here? All right. So yeah, pretty much just trying to stay abreast of creatives that are out there across the globe, and trying to see if they're actively doing anything. And about a month ago, we had a lot of people that were like, I just want something normal, just something
I think everybody in the world wants something normal right now.
And your stage right is kind of all kind of fuzzy wuzzy. Was a bear. So I guess you're just going to be fuzzy wuzzy. That's all right. We're good.
I got it.
So, a lot of people were saying, I just really want something like that's normal. And there's a lot of people trying to get some kind of creative feeling back going around. And for some, though, like my buddy D.A. Roberts, bloody hell, he wrote 9 books.
When you quarantine, what are you supposed to do?
Scott, well, so he made good on doing what he needed to do, but I'm like, oh my Lord. Let's see. So we're gonna have I have to see what I'm doing here. I'm going to be inviting my first guest. And there you are. There you are. There you are. Okay. So yeah, our first guest today is David William Press, and from, of course, the UK. And he's got a very cool story. He was bored. He was in the house, bored in the house, or however that goes on that tickety-tackety tingy going around that I spent like way too much time on. He said he was just making videos to try and make people smile and giggle and all of that. And you never know when you put something out there, good, bad, or indifferent, somebody else is going to see it. And they're going to be like, I see you. I see what you're doing there. And so I got a clip. Hopefully I'll be able to show it because I'm going to be doing share screen and all that other fun stuff on here. What do you think of the logo, yo?
Dude. Shut it up. I can roll out.
Look at that.
I like that.
That's another
Jackie with a attitude.
Who dat? Who dat? Yeah, I got a bit of a tude. All right, so letting our first guest know that his link was sent, and he can go ahead and click it. Click the link anytime y'all want to.
Any day now.
Yeah, we're good. We're here. We are waiting for you because his story is really cool. So we're gonna talk a little bit about how he was doing his videos and who saw him, and we're gonna also talk about his background and the kinds of things that he has done. And I've got some pictures and I've got some links and all of that kind of cool stuff. So
Awesome. Some show and tell.
yeah, a
Yay.
little bit of show and tell. I can do some, different things with the Zoom here that should be rather easy. I'm admitting him now. Admitting one, please. One, David. Press. I hit the admit. Where is he?
Gotta load up.
Ah. Hopefully I didn't bounce him.
Oof. That would be bad.
Where is he? Up says 3 participants. Ah. Oh no. Oh no.
What?
Oh no. He's trying to come in on his Galaxy phone, and we didn't set up for Galaxy.
And he's got to download the app.
Did we not like? This isn't going to work. Our programs are all
Raw.
Google. Yeah, they're all hang on. I have to. Our program is all run on Zoom with Google Chrome and Google Setup, and I need you to be able to do the one that you originally set up with. It's not gonna work. Or it might work, but or we could have an hour of this trying to get this to work. And
Wait, isn't that a normal show?
Galaxy?
No. I spent an hour trying to get us to run right.
Hey!
What?
No! Usually we get it and it runs the right way and all of that. I'm
Crunchy's on his
thinking-
ball. It's just
please tell me that. I bet we didn't do a setup on this. It's working? Huh.
don't see you in here yet.
If it was working, I would be able to see you here, and you would show up on my screen. Oh. Oh no. Maybe? Oh.
There we go.
Oh, look at that.
There we go. Can you see me?
I can see that it says Galaxy S9, so I have no visual, but I do have audio.
Okay,
There we
good.
go.
Oh,
Okay,
I'm calling from Galaxy S9, which is
I see
a
that.
friendly part of the universe. Yeah.
See,
It's funny. Yeah. How's it going?
it's going. How's it going on your side? Hello.
It's good. I'm just seeing if I can see myself, and indeed I can. There we are. I exist. I exist in the world. Fabulous. It's okay. It's a cold and rainy day in West Sussex, but the farm animals and trees love it, so we're okay. Yeah, there we are. That's
Cool. Thank you so much. I was like, I know that I did a pre-interview with him, and I'm like, it worked before. Where is he at? And you know,
it's these internet. It's sort of the vagaries of the internet. I clicked onto the Zoom meeting, and it said preparing, and then it went into another mode of like connecting, and then so I reset it. It's one of those things, isn't it? You sort of reboot it and hope for the best. It always works eventually.
yeah, eventually. So this is your first time here, and I would first like you to meet my co-host. This is James Barker. James, please say hi to David Press.
Good day, sir.
Good day, James Barker. Very pleased to meet you over there in wonderful America, where I'm sure the weather is much better than here. Yes.
It's cold.
It's cold.
Oh,
It's even cold for us. Yes.
oh, wow. Whereabouts are you again? Is it Idaho? Is it sort of whereabouts are you?
She's up north. I'm down south.
Oh, okay. So we're sort of spread across the globe, really, aren't we?
Absolutely. Yeah, we are over on the eastern border, and I'm sure you've heard of like New York and all of that. That's like far, far east. We're more towards Cleveland. You ever heard of Cleveland?
Cleveland, Ohio,
Yeah. See,
that's where she is.
Everybody knows. Yeah, we're about an hour and a half away from Cleveland, Ohio. My hair usually just does what it wants. Anyway, all right, so we're not here to talk about hair or weather. We're here to talk about David Press and our first visitor in the UK invasion experience. So Dave, or David, what would you prefer?
Dave is fine. Everybody calls me Dave or whatever name.
All right, so I have some clips that I think should work, and I've got some photos that I'm going to be putting up on my backboard here. And so for those who do not know who you are or what it is you do, let's give it a go.
Right, what you would like me to explain myself, sort of thing?
Please explain yourself. Yes.
Explain yourself, young man. Where are the biscuits? What am I? I'm sort of a nutcase sort of artist bloke. I grew up in London playing guitar and kept going and was mostly sober. Played in all sorts of bands, never particularly famous or anything, although I've met a few famous people along the line and stuff. And I've always been drawing cartoons and paintings and things. And I sort of played in various clubs across Europe, guitar-wise, and ended up singing in bands and stuff, and kept drawing. And then, let me see, I've done, tons and tons of recordings and writings and so forth musically. And about 5 years ago, I sort of became full-time illustrator rather than a musician, because I ran into the Duchess of York, Sarah Ferguson, Fergie, as you know, and she was like, "Oh, I love your drawings; they're wonderful." Yeah, I ended up working for her, doing her children's books, and from there it expanded. I did other books, and yeah, I've been sort of doing that ever since, really. And fortunately, despite the pandemic nonsense, I've been working at a desk, so I don't have to go to too many meetings. So I've kind of survived, really. Yeah, that's a very nutshell sort of synopsis of me. Yeah.
So I found a little something, and hopefully it's where it's supposed to be. And I'm going to share my screen, and we're going to go over to, seems to have disappeared. All right, so while I'm going to find what I am looking for, I would like, let's see, maybe it's on here. I'm going to share the screen.
Share the screen. Share the wonderment.
Share the screen, and I'm going to go over to, I think I did find something. And do you see that on the screen?
I love it. That silly duck.
All
Oh,
right.
goodness.
So
Yeah.
this is kind of sort of something that has a big part in why you are where you are today. Yes?
Well, yes, it does for some reason. Yeah. It
All right.
just makes people laugh. Silly ducks are sort of the philosophical champion of you can't affect me. I'm doing what I do.
Here we go.
He's absolutely, he's a hero to many people now.
All right, here we go.
Yeah. Oh, I don't hear any sound.
Oh no.
Poor old silly duck's not. He's got a message, you know. He's got a message, very, very important message.
Oh no.
Yeah, there's no sound.
That's all right. It's a preview. You can now see what silly duck looks like. That's the orange of evil. He's what was he called? The orange of cosmological disaster and tyranny.
Well, that was, I thought that I'd be able to get sound and everything. I must have to have another particular program on there to be able to get the sound. Sound engineer, what do I need to do?
It's probably something basic, like literally the sound is turned off or something like that, I would imagine.
I could hear it in my headset.
Yeah, but it's got to come through.
Yeah, and it's not.
Zoom.
Well, I'm sorry about that, but at least you got to see a little bit of what someone saw. And who saw that little clip that you did? That was 42 seconds long of the orange guy and the silly duck.
Well, it wasn't that particular one, but there was I used to sit down with a pile of paper and a camera above it, and I would think of a silly story, and I would draw it as I go, and I would tell the story. And it was similar to Silly Duck because it was silly. It was about the magic jelly and the little green birds. And I did the story, and it was ridiculous. And I put it on YouTube, and I put it onto websites and across social media. And unbeknownst to me, the Duchess of York had seen it. She loved it. She thought it was really amusing and so on. And she messaged me under a different name. I didn't know it was her. And she said, "Oh, your stuff's fantastic. Do you do children's books? You really should, you know." And I messaged back. She was under a pseudonym of some kind. I can't remember. But I said, "Oh, thanks very much. I've done bits and pieces and blah blah blah." And then I left it at that. And then, I don't know, I think it was a week later, I thought, oh, I wonder if that lady wants any work done. Why don't I message her and ask? So I messaged, and I didn't get a reply. And I thought, oh, maybe she's just, you know, just liked it and blah, blah, blah. So, but then the next day I got an email from the Duchess of York's office saying, regarding your work, love it, blah, blah, blah. Would you like to meet up for a chat? For some books and so forth. And I was like, wow, absolutely, I'll be right down, get the kettle on, you know. So yeah, I went down to London and knocked on the door of Eaton Square. Hello, I've come to see the Duchess. Yeah, yes. Which was amusing in itself because I was dressed up nicely and polite and everything. But as I actually said to you earlier, when we talked earlier, I didn't know how do you address a Duchess? Because I thought there must be particular protocols, and I got a bit panicking. I was like, well, do I curtsy or your Royal Highness, your blah, blah, blah. And anyway, but it was fine. The door opened and a chap, he said, hello. And I said, oh, come to see the Duchess. And fortunately, the Duchess was walking through the hallway at that very moment. And she turned around, like, who's at the door? And she said, oh, Dave, come in. You know, and that was it. She was like,
didn't have to worry about the whole, oh my God, what do I call you? Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. And yeah, it was brilliant. And we chatted and goodness, she's full of energy. I mean, she got people to get out the laptop and get my work up and blah, blah, blah. But she says, oh, she loves her photography. loves her photography. So she had her phone with her. She's got to see this. I was a bit confused because I'm like, oh wow, where am I? What am I doing here? And she said, you've got to see this, Dave. You've got to see it. It's an amazing photo, and it's the light, and it's the way it's coming through the blades of it. It's an ant's eye view. And I was like, what? And she said, no, shush, look. And she held the phone up, and I looked, and I couldn't work it out. And then I suddenly saw it was beautiful streams of light coming through blades of grass from a tiny little camera that was obviously in the grass, taking a picture of the sunlight from absolute ground level. Lovely photograph.
Wow.
And I went, oh, I get it. Oh, an ant's eye view, and it's oh, it's lovely. And I told her, I said, goodness, I said, I think you're nearly as bonkers as I am. I shouldn't have, but that's what I'm like. And she says, David, no, I'm the bonkers one. Come in the front room and we'll get started. Let's get some work done. And yeah, that was it really. And we've been working together ever since on various books and mad projects. And she's got a YouTube channel up for kids. And yeah, it's fun. She's a very creative and sort of energetic individual, sort of a bit like me, really. Do you know what I mean?
Absolutely. So there you are.
That's it. That was a lovely.
I can do some things right, Let me get out of the way. And
that was me and the Duchess drawing. She's got a YouTube channel, and she was reading stories, and then I said, let's do drawing, where I'll teach you how to draw something really simple. And there she is, and she's straight in. She says, yeah, let's do it. And we drew baby elephants and puppy dogs.
Let me see if I can get out of the way so that I can.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, don't cover the Duchess.
Yeah.
I shall. How do I sit? I'm going to sit like this now. There you go.
In the middle. So you're in the middle. Sit in the middle.
Yeah, sit right in the middle.
There you go.
Well, isn't this lovely?
Absolutely fabulous.
Wow. So let's talk.
That's lovely. That's over in Windsor, which is the most beautiful place. It's absolutely steeped in history. Windsor, you've got Windsor Castle and Windsor Great Park, which is it's the size of Chicago. It's ridiculous. Well, not Chicago. It's the size of, I don't know, inner London. It's just this miles and miles of park. And you've got the place where the Magna Carta was signed. You go past that area. It's it's fabulous. Honestly, it really is.
So as you're working on a new set of children's books,
yeah,
how do you go about bringing the character, the composition of the characters, and what do you need to have in place so that you have all of your elements to be able to get the work?
Right. Okay. Oh, good question. I mean, that is dependent upon what the author wants, and what the author wants to communicate, and what those characters, how those characters would communicate that. Often with the Duchess, if she's got some characters, the mission they're on and the problems they're going to solve and the adventures they're going on kind of dictates what they're going to look like. But she will say how she thinks this person or child or animal looks, in as much as like sort of generally like they're energetic, or they're a bit scruffy, or they're very prim and proper. And then so that's how I get the character if I'm working with the Duchess, for instance. And I'll add the ideas. I say, well, how about they have a so-and-so? They've got a lopsided tie and things like that. And I'll sketch it out roughly. And then the Duchess will say, I'll tell you one thing. I've got a book here which reminds me of it. If I put it there, you'll see, look, there's a bear. You see that bear? And there's a mole. Now, this was a lovely book we did in Seconds Flat, and it was for a children's hospice. And it was basically, she's the patron of a children's hospice, and she wanted to cheer the children up with a book that made them into superheroes. So, for instance, we had a character here. He's Perky Bear, and he was the sergeant major sort of character who was in charge of the children and giving them their mission orders. They were going to get everybody to this big party, even though the parents were at work, the kids were their brothers and sisters were at school. So I drew up a cuddly bear, and then the Duchess says, well, I'd like him to have a jaunty hat, and I'd like him to have a nice waistcoat, and I want him to look, you know, very elegant and British, cravat, and all these things. So in that case, I sort of drew the basic character, and then the Duchess says, oh, give him a lovely cravat and a hat, and maybe a watch and so forth. So, I mean, yeah, so that's one way it occurs. Yeah. Here's another lovely character. And let's get your picture, actually, because there's, yeah, how about that one will do it? I don't know if you can see it. Can you see that okay?
Oh, yes.
That's Jeannie Gems. Now, Jeannie Gems, that was the first character that the Duchess was working on when I first met her. She came out of a previous character called Little Red. Little Red was a doll that the Duchess produced that was actually, oh, goodness gracious. I'll speak English in a minute.
That's okay.
On 9/11, the Duchess had an office in the Twin Towers. Fortunately, on the day that those explosions occurred, she was delayed and she didn't go to work that morning. But she had her collection of books and dolls and so on and so forth in the office. And in the explosion, the doll was blown out of the office, along with everything else, my goodness. And later on, when the rubble was and the wreckage was being cleared, a fireman saw it thinking it was a child and then thought, oh no, it's a doll. Oh, I'll pick it up anyway. And it ended up in the papers, sort of like representing a doll survived it. It was high up. It was many, many stories up, but it survived the explosions and landed in the rubble, obviously dirty and grubby, but it was intact. And the Duchess saw the newspaper clipping or article and went and collected it. And she made that doll, little doll, a sort of icon for resilience and unkillability and resolve, you see. So then the next character she wanted to do was a sort of evolution of Little Red, and it was based on her daughter's Princess Eugenie. So that's, if you can see that there's Jeannie. She's been taken away by the mermaid princess to be given, you know, the sword of truth and some magic gems and all the superhero stuff she needs. This is lovely. I did even Eugenie's proper school uniform. It's all authentic. So then Jeannie Gems was developed characteristically by what the Duchess wanted to represent in terms of values, in terms of how this character would be. And she's very A to B. She's very brave. She takes absolutely no nonsense. She's very highly ethical, and she's action, and she gets things done. So that's how she ended up as looking as she does. She's got this superhero look, but a royal look as well, to be honest with you, because, oh, there's a great picture of her. There she is. There's Jeannie. So you see, she's got 3 lions on her chest. The lions are the lions of Richard the Lionheart, who was one of the noble kings of England. And he was called Lionheart because he was so brave. So I thought, I'll give Jeannie her own lions. And I'll mock her up like an American superhero, but I'll make it a British superhero. Do you see what I mean? So I tried to combine those elements. Yeah, so that kind of, does that answer your question? It's based on all those characteristics of the character and develops from there.
Yeah. Brilliantly well. Thank you so much. James, do you have any questions for our guest currently?
So what got you into illustrating, drawing?
What got me into illustrating? For some reason, I've always been drawing. since I can remember. I was always drawing things, and I found it's really interesting actually. Lately, I've noticed it. If you can draw something, it adds to the conversation, and it seems to communicate even more. It's really fascinating. I remember talking to some friends ages ago when I was a teenager in France, and we were chatting, and I was drawing, and I said, "Oh, I'll do a cartoon of you," and it just elevated the conversation somehow into like, "Ah, that's really funny. That really looks like me. That looks like me messing about with an ice cream, or I'm on a hill or something." And I just always did it because I don't know. It was always a part of me, and I would get little jobs here and there. I thought, I'll do that and I'll do this. That's fine. I can make a bit of money. But only over the last, oh goodness, 5-10 years, only the last 5 years I've made money out of it, proper money out of it. And before, bits and pieces. But what I find is interesting, here's an interesting thing as an addendum to your question. But if I'm drawing for the want of helping or for the want of validating of somebody or something, it's almost natural. It's almost some kind of purpose thing, because here's a funny thing that happened only yesterday. There is a fan site on Instagram, and they are big supporters of the Duchess of York and her family. And they're a lovely bunch, a lovely guy that runs it. And he's always putting up new posts about what's going on, and he'll put my pictures up and the books and so forth. And then I hadn't seen him for a week or two, and I thought, oh, that's odd. I wonder where he is. And I texted him last night. You know, we've become sort of friends, you know, like associates, like, hi, I hope you're well, blah, blah, blah. And I said, I haven't heard from you in a while. You're all right. I just wondering, hope everything's good. Anyway, it turns out his uncle's seriously ill in hospital. And I was, oh my goodness. I said, I'm so sorry to hear that. I hope what's happened and blah, blah, blah. He said, well, he was diagnosed with so-and-so, but it turns out it's okay, but he's still quite ill. But the thing is, he's pretty strong, and he'll get over it, whatever it is. But he's just miserable and upset that he's in hospital, and he's just upset. And I said, I'll tell you what, I thought on my feet, I said, what does he like? What's he into? And he said, what do you mean? I said, what, does he like dogs, cats, racing cars, you name it? He said, oh, he loves Ferraris and racing. He loves watching the racing. And I said, okay, what does he look like? Blah, 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 blah. And I got the details. And then I went straight on to my drawing. I've got a drawing monitor, which is sort of a digital thing. And I drew a picture of his uncle in a Ferrari racing car, winning the Monaco Grand Prix. And I sent it off to this guy. He didn't know it was coming. And he was, oh my God, thank you so much. I can't believe it. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, it's wonderful. And I said, no worries. I said, get it printed on a bit of canvas, or, you know, a nice frame, and have it as a surprise. Bring it to your uncle. If that does anything to cheer him up, then we're all winning. Now, that was late at night. I finished the pic. It was already late at night when I texted him, and it was 2 o'clock when I'd finished. But it's a funny thing I've noticed. If you can cheer people up with stuff like that, and it really does bring them out of anything that they're in. It almost wakes up their dreams. And if you validate them in the pictures and make it fun, it does something a little bit magical. I don't mean to be feety-weety and blah, 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 but it seems to work. And that's work, because I could have been doing other work and you could say I should have been doing that, and it's moneyed work, blah, 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 and finish that off, and you got some watercolors you should have got over to so-and-so, Dave. But that person in hospital, when he sees that canvas, he's going to have a massive smile on his face and think about the times he went to the races and think to himself, maybe I could own a Ferrari. I don't know, but that's more worth it. Do you know what I mean? So, goodness gracious, lecture over. I've gone on forever here. Stop me, for goodness sake. Yes.
This is about, on this show here, we truly want the guests to feel comfortable, to be able to give an expression of how they feel instead of having to be shoved into a box and say, you only answer this question, so you only get that many minutes, So it's very much like freeform when you're drawing or you're coming up with a new idea, and the freedom of expression that it gives you to be able to do that. We hope that this is what we are conveying here on the show. So moving on from that, what would you like to see happen in the next, say, 6 months, whether it be illustrations or your music, because we haven't talked about your music yet, or any other self-expression that you may have?
Well, yeah, that's really good. That is a good question. There's so many things I would like to have happen. It's fabulous. I mean, there is oh God, if I could just get all these things done quickly. Behind you in that illustration thing you've put up there, there's a grandfather clock and a little girl, and it is the most wonderful story.
Let me see. I'm going to move out of the way so that they can get a clear view of this.
It's fine, but there's a grandfather clock, and just beneath her there's a little girl, and she's called Sarah. And one of the things I'd love to do, and it's a lot of work, but that is from a story that the Duchess put together that she entrusted me to extend somewhat. And it is the most beautiful story about her girl who goes to run away to live on the ceiling. And she finds an entire world on the ceiling, which is all topsy-turvy. Now, I spent some time sketching out and so forth, and I absolutely fell in love with the story. It's kind of Alice in Wonderland meets British humor and old traditional stories. It's the most lovely thing. One of the things I'd love to do is sit down and get all those illustrations done. It's not published yet, that book, and there's no publisher for it as yet. But really spend the time and do those old Beatrix Potter, Alice in Wonderland illustrations to go with it, and make it an absolutely beautiful must-have book. Also with, there's one of my own books I want to finish off. And yeah, there's another book that the Duchess did, which is gorgeous, about a little Chinese superhero guy.
You told me a lovely story about her humanity regarding children, and this new project that is going to help them that you're involved with. Please talk about that.
Well, that was a Chinese project. She went to China and she visited various villages and places. And there's a terrible scene over there where the kids in the remoter villages, their parents go to work in the city, and if the kids are very young, they're toddlers, it's too dangerous to leave them on their own. Sometimes they have grandparents look after them, but sometimes the kids even get a rope tied, or this is terrible, but a rope tied around them and tied to a bed so they can move around, but they can't leave the house because they could wander out into the countryside and get lost. So yeah, it's pretty dire, and they don't have a teacher to visit. Oh, there's one of my lovely Chinese drawings. Yeah, that was inspired by the book and so forth. So the Duchess wanted to do something about it. I think she's currently doing a program with some of the Chinese, the ambassador or somebody at the moment. But one of the things she wanted to do was do a book. So the book can be sold and proceeds can go towards helping this thing. And I think she's setting up a program whereby teachers from the city visit these kids They look after them, feed them, and teach them, because the kids living out in these remote villages, well, they don't have anything really. So we put together a book, and it was called Ting Peng. We looked up a name which would be sort of full of bravery, courageousness, and unrelenting valor, and so forth. And Ting Peng meant Mountain Thunderbolt. And the little guy, it's a wonderful story. There is the winds of good, and it's shaped like a cloudy unicorn. And the winds of good go all across China. It's wonderful to do this stuff, because then you have to research what would be the winds of good. And it turns out the unicorn is the protector of children and brings good news. So a cloudy unicorn would be the winds of good. So he traveled all across the lands, and all he did, and this is the trick actually, all he did, he gave people hope, and he whispered in their, well, he didn't whisper in their ear, he told them directly, you can do it. I know it's hard, I know times are tough, but if you work together, if you decide you can, if you believe you can, and if you put what you know to good use, you can survive, and you can flourish, and you can do well. And he just simply lifted up everybody's spirits. Because when your spirits are lifted, when you can cast aside, oh, I don't know whether I can do it. If you can just put that out of your mind, or gather enough courage to do it, even though you feel that way,
Exactly.
you can do it. You absolutely can do it. So the winds are good. Yes.
Yeah, the theme.
Yeah, go ahead.
The theme that you have in this particular piece can really stretch globally.
Yeah.
And part of why I like your work so much is that it doesn't just fit only one niche. It can help and inspire lots of age groups and lots of people who may feel, especially like during a pandemic, that there is no hope, and how to go about pulling yourself together so that you can continue on. It's very confining, a lot of the people that are still in lockdown or in various lockdown modes in their mind. Even if they're out and they're walking about, there's a lot of things that are going on collectively, and something like this would be very broad spectrum.
Yeah, I mean, these are basic values. These are basic principles that are truths that if you grasp onto them and use them, you can come through like this pandemic or any hardship. It's hard. It's hard to take them on. But if you take them on and you use them as your operating principles, you can win. You can win. And certain of these principles people latch onto. They say, oh, yes, if I just blah, blah, blah. I knew that myself. Yeah, okay, good. You know, if you have these, if you spread this knowledge, if you give it out, people will be inspired and will be just tilted over to say, it's okay, there is hope. You're absolutely right. My mother used to say that. You know what? Because I argued with her in 1985, I didn't take it on anymore. But they get inspired to do it, and they can win. I've got a friend who was like, oh, I've had enough, blah, 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 sick of this, blah, blah, blah. And I went over with him these principles and these values and so forth. And because he's a fabulous artist, and he hasn't arted, if that's a verb, for ages, particularly. But he did a bunch of photographs for me, and they were fantastic. And then he got back into his art. I said, get yourself a drawing tablet. He got a really good bargain one, and he was off doing his art again. Now he's racing, and it's something that keeps him creative no matter what. And this whole pandemic thing is something in the background that's annoying, but it's not squashing him. It's not squashing him anymore. It's because he's got it creative. And if you're producing artworks or you're producing photographic artworks or whatever the medium is that you're working in, your morale goes up. And then you say, right, now I'm going to make it a project. So you created a future, because these kinds of scenarios that are happening in the world destroys one's future. Oh no, there's no future. So you create an artistic work and then you put there an artistic project, be it a book, a series of photographs, a book of poems, or whatever it might be. You create a future. And this is, it's very interesting. Actually, it's an incredible amount of power. So getting these sorts of books out is good. It's really, really good. They do resonate, and you're right, they do resonate globally because these are core maxims or basic truths that span and apply to all people, to all individuals. In the book, I've got to tell you, in the book, Ting Peng, Mountain Thunderbolt, when the winds of good are gone, they travel on to, they've done their work, everybody's cheerful, everybody's winning. They think, right, I'm off, blah, 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 blah. And then in the shadows, the winds of doubt and misery have been waiting. Yeah. And it's shaped like a big snake, a big gray snake, only evil, no real power. This thing has no real power except the power of illusion of misery, illusion of disaster. That's all it can do. And the way it does it, it whispers in your ear, give up, there's no hope, don't even try. It's so hard to even exist. And this snake-like cloud comes in, seeing that the winds of good have gone, and starts whispering to it goes across the lands and undoes all the work. All it has to do is instill some doubt and put people's attention on how bad it could be and how things really might not work out at all. You know, like that classic horrible villain that goes, well, you're never going to make art. You probably want to get a job in a supermarket, you know, because your IQ is about as high as a mouse. You know, those horrible villains, you know. So everybody across the land is now reversed. They're all hopeless. They're like, oh, no. So seeing this, an eagle flies away to catch up with the winds of good, which have flown far away and doing his work elsewhere. He brings the winds of good back, but the winds of good now see everything. Years of work have been undone. And how can he possibly reverse it all in short order? So he says, I need some help. I must find the cleanest and bravest heart in a human, in a person somewhere, someone with courage, someone that has never given up, even though the winds of misery have destroyed the minds of all these people. And he happens upon this little boy called Ting Peng. And this little boy doesn't have a father or a mother, but his grandfather looks after him. But he's got lots of brothers and sisters, and he teaches them. He teaches them how to read, and he teaches them how to write. He does all the chores. He looks after the family. He protects the family. He helps his grandmother and his grandfather, and he never gives up. And he instills courage in everybody he meets. And he has that basic purpose to help and inspire. And the winds of good find him, and they take him. They say, "You are the one." You could, you know, whatever you want to call it. But he's found somebody with courage. And he brings him up onto this Thunderbolt mountain and gives him a test of how brave he really is. And then he gives him some powers. And then he says, I need you to help me. I need you to go to the villages, each one by one, and inspire the people and tell them that they can make it. Yes, it's hard. Yes, it's terrible. But if they believe in themselves, if they honestly bring up the courage which is within themselves. Don't feed the winds of doubt. Feed the knowledge, the courage, and the inspiration that you truly are yourself. Then you'll survive. Then you'll find the solutions. And so the young boy he gets some companions, which is a fish, a magical fish, which also turns into a dragon. I wish I had the pictures here, but I don't. They're wonderful. I've done them all in a sort of Disney, but Chinese style, magical, fantastical look to them. And he also meets a panda. The fish, he needs 2 companions. He doesn't want to go alone. He wants help. It's a big job. And the fish says, we're going to meet Lao Tzu, the philosopher. And they wander into a clearing in the forest. And they're tired and fed up. And the fish says, oh, right, we're here. And the boy said, there's nothing here. There's a bunch of bamboo, a few twigs, and a very loudly snoring panda. And he pokes the panda. He says, excuse me, I'm sorry to trouble you. We're looking for Lao Tzu. And the panda wakes up and says, very annoyed. And he says, I've been sleeping here and you've woken me up. I'm trying to get, and he's very angry. It turns out he is Lao Tzu. The panda is Lao Tzu. And he's had enough. He come back as a panda because he's fed up with humans. They didn't listen to him. He tried to give them some good advice. They didn't want to know. So he thought, I'll eat bamboo. I'll get naps when I want because I'll be a panda. Anyway, they all become companions and they go on the journey. And it's fabulous because the winds of misery and doubt go after them and trick them and put illusions in front of them that they have to fight or overcome. And it's all based on the idea that it is all an illusion. It's an illusion of reality, one reality imposed upon another person. The pandemic, what is basically the pandemic? But an illusion of misery and no hope. And if you buy it, then you act it. You dramatize the part. We're all going to die and there's no hope. Well, that's the trick. You see, that's the trick. You're supposed to come all the way down and give up. No. That's the illusion that's foisted off.
You don't have to drop all the way down to the bottom. There are different levels. A lot of this, even though this is a children's story, can relate to people of all ages, no matter where they are, because we all go through that process of, yeah, I'm doing this stuff and it seems like it's pretty good. And, some people are taking some notice, but are they really paying attention, or are they just trying to be nice? Or, oh, you're really not that good, because you'll never mount up to whatever you did previous. It is something that creatives have to constantly go through until they get to a point where they're like, I'm just going to create the content. There are going to be people that are going to like the tea, or they're not going to like the tea. And I'm going to move about my business and bring joy to myself.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a funny thing. It seems to be these, as we've spoken of, these basic valuables, these basic values.
And they are valuable. Once you figure it out, that's extremely valuable.
Yeah, it's fascinating. Even just sending off that cartoon the other night made me stop and think, because I enjoyed doing that as much as I've enjoyed doing the books. If somebody, there was a client a few days ago, and I was sending off some pictures and things to do, and it was a nice job and it was a lovely theme in the book and everything, and it would have been wonderful to do it. They didn't want it for some reason. They didn't like the pictures or the style or the direction. I don't know. But I was kind of selling myself on it. Yeah, we'll do this and it'll be wonderful. But it was a job. And I enjoyed doing that cartoon for that guy in hospital 100 times more than thinking, oh, bit of money here because there's a load of books in a series. It just, and if artists, for me, and I've noticed this, if artists can do what they truly love doing art-wise, what they produce, there is a huge audience or market for that. If an artist loves doing dark and macabre, Dracula-esque figures and stories, There's a huge audience.
Yes.
If some, oh, it reminds me, I'll tell you something in a minute. If an artist loves doing these wonderful fairies in these magical woods, it's just like absolutely tinsely, ethereal light, very cloudy, misty fairies, and strange books about them. There'll be hundreds of thousands that will like that. So whatever you're into as an artist,
There will be someone that will like what you have.
Absolutely plenty of, exactly, thousands and plenty of people that will love what you're doing. You've got to believe, not believe, that sounds so silly and trite, doesn't it? You've got to do what you really love doing. If you push yourself to keep doing what you love doing, suddenly it will pop. You'll go, oh my goodness, I know why I like doing this, because it's real to all people. I've got such a common reality and agreement with all these people, and they love it and they pass it on because it's all about something that we all agree on, and they buy the book, they get the posters, they want a t-shirt of it. But if you are true to yourself, you'll never give up, and you'll find it if you just put on your Marine Corps hat and do it like a Buddhist monk. It's 6 o'clock in the morning and I begin drawing. Until I eat my miso soup, I will finish these pictures. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I do.
It like that.
Yes,
do it
I
like
do.
that until you've churned out artwork after artwork after artwork, or song after song, whatever it might be. But true to yourself. And I tell you what, if you did that week after week and kept sending it out, post it on Instagram, post it on social media, make up a little story, do another one and another one, listen to nobody, right? Say thank
You're
you.
gonna make me cry. I don't know why I'm like, but yes, this is all of what it is.
That's what you do.
Yes.
That's what you do. It's hard. It's hard. People say, don't even think about it. Whatever you do, I'm so sorry you've given up, or you're an idiot. I've got shit to do. Another one and another one. And I tell you what, before you know it, just like me, somebody who's on the same wavelength, like for me, it was the Duchess of York. She loves British humor. She loves wonderful stories. She wants to help with the books. That's what I'm like. Bang, we met. I guarantee you, the people that you want to work with, be they your all-time heroes, the writers, the filmmakers, or whoever it is, will suddenly pop into your universe.
You know what? What you said right there, I'll tell you a little insight to what goes on in my brain, if you will pardon me
absolutely.
doing this.
No problem.
About 3 weeks ago, I said, if I am to do this, and if I am to get this show to the next platform, getting it onto a larger scope, then I'm going to go and set into motion what needs to happen. I sent out to look for people to do this particular show. I had some amazing people help me put this thing together, and I had no idea what they were going to bring me. And then I was like, this is what I want. And it is very invigorating. And if I do what I have been doing since 2012 and do it well, hopefully then that will be the nugget that gets into somebody else's viewpoint, and they go, I want that. I want her to do that for me. And yes, that's what I'm looking for.
Well, fabulous. I mean, well, exactly, because you're giving a platform to artists to say exactly what they want to say about their creative process, about their creativity, and what they produce and want to produce. And for an artist, that is exactly where they're at. I mean, that's their whole universe. I've got this, if you sat in the inside of the head of an artist and said, "How are you?" And they'd say, "Oh, I'm a bit busy. I've got this whole thing, and can you hold that brush, please? What do you think? I think blah blah." They're off. They've got so many things they're creating. That's what they do. And if they can be inspired by programs like you and inspire others and help others, then this whole miserable sort of scenario, which tends to bear down, just like in that Chinese story, is lifted up and away. If enough artists speak and say, "Well, I managed to get through because of this, and somehow I just kept going, and then so and so happened. Oh, it's fantastic." And others that are trying, they say, "Well, he got there, so if I keep going like they said, oh, he does something like I do. Oh, maybe I." It's a mutual. People like to help, don't they?
Yes.
I mean, or they want a bit of help because they're thinking, "I'm trying, but there must be something I'm missing that I'm not doing, or I need to know." And if you've got enough artists saying, "Do this and do that," I guarantee you. I know it's hard. It's not a fairground where you get ice cream and sandwiches. No, this is a tough old universe. But if you do this and you keep going, I swear something will break before you know it. So, but it's based on the most wonderful thing: is doing what you really love doing. If you can just get enough cans of tuna so you don't starve, and blah 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 blah, before you know it, you will eat caviar if you like caviar. I don't know. God knows.
I tried it once, and I'm like, and it was beluga too. I was at a fancy soiree, and I was like, excuse me. And I went and I had the napkin and the whole bit, and I turned my back, and I was in a corner, and I went,
I know it's not exactly.
put it in my pocket for a while until I could get to the bathroom, and then I tossed it. I was like, how can they do that? How?
It's fish eggs, isn't it? It's just fish eggs. Right.
Okay,
Well, you know,
so
fish eggs. Oh yes. Thank you very much. Yeah. Whatever. Yeah.
so your story it's magical, it's inspiring. I would love to have you on again. And as far as this evening's show, my guests, when I bring them on, they can stay into however many hours they want to and leave whenever they want to. They may ask questions if they're still on, and all that. So I am offering you that. And really quick, before I get into my next segment, please give your links to whatever you want them to have, and especially for your works, your books.
Yeah, well, I'm David William Press on Facebook. That's my artist page, David William Press, or Dave Press. You can have a look at my art there, David William Press on Facebook. And I've got a YouTube channel called Dave Press Music. It's a hodgepodge of me drawing and playing. I must attend to it at some stage, but it's good fun. It's got drawing tutorials and so on. Yeah.
I've got a question for David. I'd love to ask you before it
Please.
goes.
Go ahead.
Well, I've been listening to you, mate. Amazing. When you were a kid, were you a big fan of the film The Phantom Tollbooth and The Lion, the Witch and the Wardrobe, the original animated version? I bet you were.
Yeah, The Lion and the Witch and the Wardrobe. Yeah, it's
the original animated version with the very crude graphics that was always on in the holidays. Do you remember it?
Yes, I
British
do. Yeah,
had the guy from Dad's Army doing the beaver. I loved that.
It's amazing, and it had that sort of, because it was that way. It wasn't all fancy. I think it makes it more magical. Because
your work reminded me of that and the Phantom Tollbooth when I was listening to it. And the Phantom Tollbooth is great as well. And I'd love to make that as a live action film one day.
Oh wow!
I'm going to be checking out your work, David, and I've just sent you a like, and I'll just drop you a hi on Facebook so you can find me as well.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
All right.
That absolute magic. There's a magic in those films and those stories.
Yeah, it's a certain time.
Yeah. I think actually, if you made that film and you kept it in that oldie worldy way, don't try and make it super Disney.
No, I wouldn't. I not. Yeah, I would, because the remake of Willy Wonka was an absolute. Don't get me started. Yeah. Anyway, But I better let Jackie introduce me and so she can tell people who I am.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. That's go ahead and you can mute your mic in case of randomness. Good day to you, Lance Nielsen, and I am very appreciative of having you on Zombiepalooza Radio Live. Please, for those who do not know who you are or what it is you do.
Okay, I'll unmute now. Hi, so my name's Lance Nielsen. I'm a freelance scriptwriter, playwright, director, stage director, film director, producer when I have to be, and I also do editing, run acting classes, both online and in person, script editing, book editing, all things creative in those spheres, and I've been doing that pretty much full time, I don't know, since the mid-90s, I suppose. Yeah, this is us here, the Outcasts on my hoodie. And we've been pretty proactive online, staying proactive because our classes had to go online, I think about March last year. So we've been doing performances online and various other things. I'm also a novelist. I keep forgetting that because I've only done one book. And which is this, we can talk about that in a bit. And the second one is about to drop in a few weeks. So second in the series of 6.
This one is one of yours, yes?
Yeah, the image behind you, that is Borderlands. That's the last stage play that I put on in London. That's the original cover without all the stuff on it. And actually, that's a photo of everybody in rehearsals. And those were our last 2 acting improvisation workshops of the year for last year, that image. When we could, back, not last year, 2019, back in the days when we could all still meet.
That's the pre, whatever the heck 2020 was.
Yeah, James looked confused there for a minute, but I think he knows where I was going. So this was a stage play about immigration. It was a 3-hander, so these were 2 casts doubled up. We had a fantastic cast, and the thing that was really interesting about this play was that it was about a woman detained at immigration at Heathrow by the Border Force personnel. They're the grumpy people that look at your passports when you come and land in England, and if they think anything's amiss, they take you off into a room. And that's basically what the premise of the play was. And at the end of the play, the audience had to decide whether to let the girl go or keep her detained. They voted. And there was a different ending for the play every night, depending on which way the vote went. So it was that was the last stage play that we did in 2019. It's quite an interesting piece.
Let's see.
I've stumped Jackie for questions. I can't believe it. She's never short of words normally.
All right, so
yeah, so that was the last stage play that we did, and since then we did an online production in the autumn of 2021, which was a 5-part drama. We're doing another one coming up, which I'll talk about in a little bit. I've completely forgotten the order we're going to do things. We've been having power cuts in London. We've had 3 power cuts today. So if I suddenly get cut off, I will come back as soon as I can.
Don't worry about it. We're going to go right into it. Okay, so you've won a lot of awards for your works, and I'd like to talk about some of these awards. Waiting for Hillsborough won you the best talent in new writing back in 2002. That was
this play. I've been quite organised. I've got all my stuff. That's the original flyers on the left there, and the brochure for I think that's the original run of the production. We did 2. Yeah, I won that award. I got nominated for it in, I think it was 1998, and I have a feeling I won it. I got given it in the summer of
1997.
The play was on in 1997 and then on again in 1998. That's when the play was performed. and I got nominated for the award, I think in the summer of '99, and I was the only person from Liverpool not to be nominated for an award in that category. And because it was a Liverpool-based event, as the outsider, I thought I had absolutely no chance whatsoever of winning the thing. So when they told me I got it, I was kind of a bit gobsmacked, really. It was a really lovely moment. There was a crowd of about 3,000 people in this tent. So like a big, when I say tent, it was like the dome that you've got in London.
Right.
It was a big sort of summer. They have this massive summer tent that they do live performances, music festivals, and that kind of thing. So it was like that. It was a really big arena, and it's quite scary giving the speech. I've never given a speech in front of so many people in my life live before, and it was broadcast on TV as well. So it's a bit frightening. But yeah, that was the first award I won for the play about the Hillsborough football disaster, which I have to give Jimmy McGovern and Nicholas Schindler from Red Productions and Charles McDougall, who directed the original Hillsborough film, a really massive nod to, because it was that film that inspired me to write that play, and that play got me my first award. So I must thank those people.
You have a lot of works that discuss social and political.
Yeah, I tend to write about topics that I get passionate about. I get interested in for different reasons. Sometimes there's a personal connection, and sometimes it's about something that's affected people around me or close to me. In the case of the Marchioness disaster, I had a friend who lost his brother on the boat, and I had another friend, in fact my godbrother was due to be on the boat that night, so there was already a kind of interest there, and that was another piece about a similar kind of thing to Hillsborough. I mean, similar in some ways, and I don't know, I suppose the piece I'm most proud of, which is only a stage play, so only the people that came to see the two different productions of the stage play have seen, is Sticks and Stones, which was a big epic piece I did about the conflict in Northern Ireland, which spanned over 3 decades. And it was always written to be a TV show, and actually we did the TV pilot over Zoom in the summer last year. I keep forgetting it's last year.
Yeah, you covered 3 families over 4 decades. That is an incredible amount of work and fortitude in bringing these issues to light.
Yeah, it was. That was. I mean, funny enough, that was only the second play that I wrote, and I think out of all of the pieces I've written, it's still the one I'm probably the most proud of. That's the original stage play production brochure there.
How do you feel that play changed your course?
In terms of a writer for stage production, it made me realise anything was possible, because I didn't want to do it on stage. I wanted to do it as a TV show. I was completely inspired to write it by quite a well-known television series that launched the careers of Daniel Craig, Gina McKee, Christopher Eccleston, and one of my favourite British actors of all time, Mark Strong. And that show was called Our Friends in the North. And if you haven't watched it, please do. It's an amazing piece of drama. And that's basically about four kids who their lives are affected by various social political events in British history that changed their lives forever over 3 decades. And a lot of it's set against the background of the miners' strike, which I don't know if you ever heard about, but that was a big thing in the 80s.
Yes.
So I was inspired by that show. I wanted to write something where there were characters who were kind of just going along in their life, and events in history collided with them and pulled them in and spewed them out the other side. And a good example of that would be the death of the guy that sparked the Black Lives Matter movement. That's an event in history that collided with a family who if that hadn't happened to them, their lives would be completely different now.
Absolutely.
I'm sure that, and I've seen that family speak, and they speak very eloquently. And I'm really, I can't watch that video. Anyway, let's not go there. But you know, and it's just awful the way that event has come in and churned them up and sent them out the other way. And I get a sense that they weren't particularly politically or socially active as a family before. I'm sure they are now. And that's kind of what happens to my characters in Sticks and Stones. They get pulled into these events in history that grab onto them and spew them out the other side and change their events forever. And they're all on different, they all end up on different sides of the conflict. And I didn't want to say in the piece, because Northern Ireland still is a very divisive subject in the UK.
Yes.
I didn't want to say this side is right or this side is wrong, or you should be more sympathetic with this person or this person. I didn't want to take a stance. I just wanted to show ordinary people getting pulled into this maelstrom and getting thrown out again, and see how it impacted them and why they made the decisions they made. Not whether the decisions they made were right or wrong, but what happened to them to make them make those choices. So that's what Sticks and Stones was about, and it sort of leads to this ultimate confrontation between two of the characters at the end of 30 years, and there's a big twist at the end which kind of upsets the whole storyline that you don't see coming at all.
It's real life. It's, you know, we don't know what's going to happen next. We just go through the motion of what it is right in front of us. Sorry,
I didn't quite answer your question. What I was trying to say was what Sticks and Stones did for me was, because it was supposed to be a TV show, I didn't have the power to get it commissioned. So I thought, right, I'm going to do it on stage. And I tried to do everything on stage that was supposed to be in the TV show. So we had a 2-minute gun battle on stage with the SAS at one point, with the SAS behind the audience firing their machine guns down on the IRA who were on the stage, and we recreated Bloody Sunday. These were crazy things to do in theatre with a really small budget. So the answer to your question is, it taught me that anything is possible if you give it a go. And that's what I decided to do.
I do think that this is going to be quite the theme in this particular 5-hour episode, because everyone that is a guest on this show for today has a very impactful moment that will resound with anyone who listens to it. So the photo in the back that I have up here on the screen.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's an image from one of our
table reads, right?
Yeah, one of our table reads. I'm not sure which one that is, but we've got.
Let me see if I can get out of the way to show you.
Yeah, that's one of the table reads. That's one of the table reads for the first episode of Kent State. And
yes.
That's with the regular outcasts. And actually what was interesting about that table read was we had actors on from New Zealand, Australia, Los Angeles, and various places. Someone was on from Greece. So we had all these people on from different time zones. It was the most international cast I'd ever had.
See, now that I have to aspire to, because I've done international shows before, but not quite like this. And so I want to ask you, because a lot of people are very now used to seeing Zoomcasts that have a bazillion people on with them, whether it be a class or a table reading or, you know, some sort like that. And what I want to ask you is specifically about creating during a pandemic and having to be able to figure out how to get your work across so that people that are involved in your work understand what you're trying to do and not be able to see them in person. Because normally a table reading is, well, you know, you sit across the table and you do the reading.
Yeah. So are you talking about how I got my ideas across to the actors who were taking part?
Sure, yes.
Or do you mean how we got the story across to the audience on the show we did online? Two slightly different
So
things.
this one, okay, so
Can we go with the first one of those to the actors?
pick whichever you want, and then we'll broaden into the other one.
I mean, I've always been quite, I'm not new to script writing, and I've always been I'm quite strong and clear with my ideas and my description in my script. And I'm also a director, and I don't direct all the scripts that I write, and I don't write all the scripts that I direct. But with the stuff that I wrote in 2020, a lot of which is on the back of this hoodie, because we had special Outcast hoodies done for lockdown, and all the scripts we did in lockdown are all on the back. And I wrote 30 scripts in 2020, 30 scripts, and the next book in the series of this, and that was another 400 pages. So I worked out that I wrote about 3,000 pages last year, which is, I don't know how I did that. A lot of Red Bull. I mean, basically, when we were doing the table reads, I actually wanted them, because how they started was the actors from our regular class were kind of feeling depressed, and they were saying, can we put the class online? And it was in an improvisation class, so that people could, it was a drop-in, so people could come anytime, Monday nights in Old Street, and hopefully we'll get to do them again. Nice and cheap, £10, you know. And we had a core of about 30 regulars, and we'd have about 15 on any given night, which was about the right number, it was a lovely number. And all of these regulars were messaging us saying, we need to do something. And I was thinking, well, I've got a few scripts on my computer that are sitting around that haven't been produced. Actually, it would be good for me to hear them read live. And we did the first couple on Skype, and that didn't work very well because Skype's not very good at handling.
It's very shoddy. It's very shoddy.
Yeah, it is.
Skype's the devil.
Sorry, Skype. And yeah, I've got to agree with James, who I know is going to chip in at amusing moments. Please do. I like this guy. So anyway, he looks like a character from a Stephen King novel. So
he'll tell you his background after you.
Is that a Walking Dead t-shirt he's got on there?
Yeah, there's a reason for that.
I've got 20 copies of I've got the entire series of the softback compendiums just out of reach over there.
Okay, roll back.
Anyway, so we're digressing. Stop distracting me, James, honestly. Yeah, so basically we all got together and we got on and we started doing these shows, and somebody originally, because none of us were working, somebody had to lend me a Zoom account before we all got together and paid one. And now, of course, I've got one. But and Zoom was sort of working really brilliantly, and I thought I can make this a bit more interesting for the cast. So I started having sound effects and music and all sorts of stuff. And the kind of scripts that we were doing, most of my stuff is, I don't just do the social drama stuff. I actually wrote the entire season, all 10 one-hour episodes of the first season of this book in lockdown. In fact, that's how that started. And we were doing them with sound effects and music, and the characters are very big. So I was saying to people, this is a completely safe environment, go for it. And I didn't just want them to do a table read, I wanted them to perform on Zoom. So I wanted them to learn how to do things with the distance of the camera and move up, and, you know, when to move, when to bring the hands into shot, when not. And acting on Zoom is almost like a medium of its own. It's not television, it's not film, it's not stage, it's not radio. It's kind of radio, but you can see the actor. So we've done about, I think we've done about 30 scripts. We'd read them out, some of my old ones and some of them were new, by about summer. And it was in the summer that I said, guys, we can do a performance this way. We just need to work out how to manipulate it. And I had this drama show that I started breaking up into and rewriting for a Zoom performance. And the funny thing is just as I was doing that, Channel 4 announced they were doing a film on the same subject. And I wrote this like 15 years ago. So I thought, sod that, we're doing this live and we're doing it in 5 weeks. So I told all the regulars, and then we ended up with a cast of about 50 people. This was Persecution, which you might see a poster or two for online. It's on my Facebook somewhere. And basically, we rehearsed, I think, for about 4 weeks, and we performed it live. And it was great performing it live because it had that energy. If we had recorded it and just whacked it up on YouTube, it wouldn't have had that energy. And we had one actor who dropped off during a performance 5 times, and he was one of the leads, but never quite in the scene that he was in. And he would drop off, and we'd be like, the scene's coming up, Michael's not online, what's going on? And then we'd suddenly get him back on, and it'd be like, shit. And then there was I played a part of a detective in it, and if you watch it, it's Persecution with the Outcast Creative on YouTube. Do check it out, subscribe. I've got a big thing on my wall that says, ask people to subscribe to Jackie's channel. So those outcasts that are watching, please subscribe to Jackie's channel. You know, guests, we forget to thank you, don't we? It's not very nice. Do subscribe to Jackie's channel. Check out her interviews. She's got loads of great interviews. I've been watching them all day today and yesterday. But yeah, that's what we did. We did this 5-part Persecution thing online. It was the technical side of it was really hit and miss. And if you watch the 5 episodes, you can see how technically proficient in episode 1, it's like pretty shaky. And by episode 5, everything's really perfect. You know, because we had issues with we had a title sequence at the beginning, a clock countdown and all this, and so we learned a lot. So for Kent State, we feel quite well prepared.
All right, so I'm going to bring up your next. Let's see. I'm going to get that.
I think you've got the poster for Kent
I
State.
do, but it's not going to give. Oh, wow.
That's the one.
Let me.
We just have to.
Let me roll out for a second. Let me roll out.
Okay, there you go. So that's the, it's a gamer's chair. I used to have that chair. It's gone. So 13 seconds in Kent State, which I'll just chat to James about because he's very big on conversation, is basically I wrote a feature film about the events that took place in Kent State, but told from the perspective of the lawyers who conducted the trial in 1975. And that was a legal team led by a brilliant trial lawyer called the late Joseph Kellner, and his son Robert Kellner was also on the team. And there was a whole load of other lawyers representing the various families and survivors of the shootings at Kent State. And they basically took the governor of Ohio, the National Guard, and Kent State University to court for breach of civil rights. And when we were looking around for another production to do, obviously not all of the scripts that I've got work as a kind of radio play, because you're going to do something on Zoom, it's really got to work as a radio play, so that the audio alone is strong enough to hook people in, because what you can do visually is limited. You can do interesting things, but it is limited. So I remembered I'd written this script back in 2003. It was like a big 3-hour-long, my JFK, my Oliver Stone sort of American social injustice movie, basically. And it's the court case. It's the court case that happened in 75, which if you Google, you'll find is a mere footnote in most kind of Wikipedias and, you know, links online. And there's a few mentions when Joseph Kellner passed away, bless him. I think it was in 2006. And, you know, he gets a few mentions, but there isn't a detailed breakdown of what happened at the court case. Now, have you seen The Trial of Chicago 7, that new film that came out recently? If you think the judge was badly behaved in that, wait until you hear the episodes of 13 Seconds in Kent State. That judge has got nothing on our judge. And most of the, I mean, obviously it's been dramatized for a you know, a drama production, but the essence of the transcripts is all there. So it's a reconstruction of what happened with the court case, as well as some other stuff that happened outside of the court case, told through the eyes of the people who conducted the court case, the witnesses, the defendants, the kids who were injured, the kids who were killed have a voice in the piece as well, which is very important. And I reached out back in the day and got a lot of help from someone called Alan Canfora, who very sadly passed away on the 27th of December. And he was one of the kids who was injured at Kent State. And there's a very famous picture of him holding a black flag. And he was one of the first people to read my script, because I'm very, if I'm writing a piece about something that affected people, and I'm trying to tell their story, that's kind of quite a privileged position of honor to have. And you have to do your due diligence. And the best person to tell you if you got the thing right or not is someone who was there. And I mean, don't get me wrong, I didn't just get input from him, because obviously,
right.
you know,
When you do that, when we have a lot of people in my family that do investigative work, and when you
said that with hesitation, like it's some sort of secret service thing.
Well, there's all different branches, but anyway, we won't go into that, but we will talk
That sounds like a future podcast, people. You heard it here first. Jackie's Secret Service Family, coming up in episode 64. Stay tuned. I'll be the host for that one. I'll be interviewing Jackie all about that. We'll be deeply probing, finding out all those dark secrets. Come back to that show. Sorry, continue, please.
Thank you. So when you go and you are doing a piece of investigation, you're talking to multiple people. They're each going to have their own view of what it was that they saw. But that viewpoint is also going to connect to what their perspective is. Their perspective of what they knew, felt, saw, anything about previous to that event happening. And it is sometimes going to cloud what they tell you about what they saw in that particular event. But if you get multiple people that were in that particular mix, you can begin to put together the feel and the background enough to be able to give those who go to see this a way to be able to feel like they actually were there when it happened.
Sure. I was lucky in that sense, because quite a few of the survivors were willing to talk to me, and I'm engaging with them again now, because obviously the script is changing. Mm-hmm. And not only that, but I also had input from the Kellners themselves as well. Robert Kellner, the son of Joseph Kellner. Joseph Kellner was still alive when I wrote the script, so I believe he read it as well. But I had quite a few very long telephone conversations, because that's what we had back then. There wasn't even Skype or whatever in 2003. I don't even think MySpace was out, or was just about to come out. And they read over. They gave me heaps of notes. And then, of course, you go and do your own digging as well. And there was another lady I've spoken to recently, Laura Davis, who was there, who's famously quoted as saying when she got back and she told her dad what had happened, her dad turned round and said it's a shame that the guardsmen didn't shoot more of them. Which, I think one of the things that really inspired me to want to do this piece was pretty much everything that happened in 2020, pandemic aside, BLM, the way that, when people were going to do peaceful protests, they're immediately tarnished as agitators. But, if they're all friends of Trump, well, we're just going to let them walk in the front door and trash the whole building. No 1,000 armed police in body armor for those guys waiting for them. Anyway, but
right?
I don't want to get too political, but
that's it's very impactful. And when as a matter of fact, when you were talking a few minutes ago, I'm thinking about the Capitol.
Yeah, I mean, and so that's why this piece is so relevant, because at the end of the day, these people and most of them weren't even protesters. Most of them were just kids going to class.
Yes.
There was about a core element of about 150. And by the way, there were outside agitators employed by the police and the FBI on campus as well, stirring the pot. And we all know how that works.
Yes.
But, you know, two of the 4 kids that were killed were just going to their class. That's all they were doing. One of them was kind of watching a bit. The other girl, Sandra Schuer, was just walking across. And it's not that anyone deserved to get shot, because no one did. These guys, there was no threat to these guys' lives whatsoever. There was at no point whatsoever were they in mortal danger. I'm sure that they were pissed off. I'm sure that some of them were probably scared. Some of them were college students themselves who served in the National Guard part-time. But basically, what was happening there was the same as what's happening 50 years later. It's amazing how little things have changed. You know, the government made a big decision, which turned out to be an illegal decision, to invade Cambodia. People did not agree with it. People were very angry. There was a lot of young people getting killed over in Vietnam for what? And so people started protesting, and, you know, people didn't like it. The Guard got sent out to various campuses. Confrontation occurred. And the last thing that you do to break up a peaceful process is put a man with an M1 Garand rifle on it. And by the way, some of them had no training in using that weapon at all, none.
Yes.
And that weapon can do an awful lot of damage. And, you know, this is the weapon that went up against the Japanese and the Germans in World War II. It's a standard weapon of the US infantrymen. And they're not got plastic bullets in or anything. They're the real bullet. So when you fire one of those bullets, I think Alison Krauss, one of the 4 kids that was died, she was behind a car at the time, and the bullet went through the car and hit her, you know, either side of it. So it's just common sense. You don't put, you know, 200 poorly trained, poorly led guys with poor communication on a campus field, tell them we're going to roam up that hill, go over the other side, come back again. We're not really sure what we're doing, but we'll hopefully the students will break up. All the students did was part like the Red Sea. The guardsmen got very hot and pissed off. A load of them got together and said, we're gonna teach these kids a lesson. And they turned around and all simultaneously, if you look at the photos, and opened fire on them. And they wounded 9 of them. One of them was paralyzed for life, Dean Kaler, who's now a good friend of mine. And give him a shout out because he just got out of hospital as well. And, you know, you've got 4 others that are dead. And I mean, these are all people that are under 22, 23 years of age. None of us knew who we were then. You know, you are still really children at that age in the grand scheme of the world. You're not, you know, you might not have even fallen in love yet. You know, life is still very kind of out there, and you're like a little ship leaving the harbour of home out in the stormy seas for the first time. And that's the sort of thing you do. You kind of join little political movements. I know loads of friends who had a CND badge on their jacket or cap when they were teenagers. They didn't really not many of them went and turned up and protested at Greenham Common American Air Base. You know, it was kind of a right on thing to join when we were in the 80s, and the threat of nuclear war was very real, but none of them were going to go and burn down buildings or do anything like that. So what my point is, none of those kids deserve to be shot either. And if we'd had armed people over here for example, during the poll tax riots that we had in the 80s, you would have had a load of people shot then too. So it's quite lucky that we don't issue firearms to
Recognize this photo?
Yeah, now that's from rehearsals of Borderlands. So the Outcast is run by myself, it started by myself and Dickon Tolson. There's me sitting at the back making some notes. Dickon.
Oh, that's you hiding back there. I was like, who's the guy hiding back there?
I think I've got the same hat on, actually. And,
wait a minute. Let me see if I can get you over here.
I do own more than one hat. Right.
All right. So let me ask you this, because I ask questions on here.
Please do.
What is the most impactful scene you have ever written?
Oh. Well, I'm working on a play at the moment with a good friend of mine called Stephen Hart, which the working title of it is Who We Are, but we just found out that there's a drama series on BBC called We Are Who We Are, so we're not going to call it that. But it's a play that spans, it's another thing, it's another play that spans 3 decades, and it's about a group of 12 people, some of them strangers, some of them friends, who meet at the wake of a younger friend of theirs who's just died of HIV in, I think the play starts in 96, 95, because it's 95 to 2015. Sorry, it's over 20 years. And there's 12 characters in it, and we're not writing it in order. In fact, funnily enough, we wrote the last scene first and then went back and started and did the beginning. And I suddenly came up with a great way to end the first half, which was the death of one of the other characters. And it's on the millennium. It's on the eve of the millennium, 1999. And all the characters go out onto the balcony of this flat to watch the fireworks. And one of them, who's been very ill, is in a wheelchair and hangs back with one of the other characters. And in the end, he makes the person who's hanging back with him go out and enjoy the celebrations. And then when that person comes back inside, he's dead. And that's how the first half of the play ends. By the way, the play's got lots of comedy in it. It's not all depressing. When we kind of said that idea, we both work on ideas together, and it's very organic, and I'm loving collaborating with Stephen Hart. And I do write with people quite frequently now, actually. You just know when you come up with something where you can feel the audience are going to go, "Ooh." And,
yes.
So that one immediately springs to mind. Of the stuff I've done before, the ending of Sticks and Stones is really, really, really powerful. Has almost no dialogue in the final scene. The only dialogue in that scene is "Dad," just that line. And it's because one of the characters who had to go on the run because he turned his back on the IRA, and you're not allowed to do that once you join, so they were going to kill him, had not seen his father for, I think, about 20 years at this point in the storyline. And the father is at the grave of the other brother who's been killed. And the ending of the play is the two of them reuniting. And that was very, that was very powerful. I mean, it's kind of weird talking about your own work, because really that should be an audience question. But those two pieces, those two moments are quite similar in a way. And I think they're quite powerful. People used to tell me when they'd seen Sticks and Stones, that moment, people kind of had a apple in their throat, you know.
It is a way to be able to connect the audience to the creative and show them that they are really all one. We all have that thing, whatever it is, that is an impactful moment, and that we will never ever forget. I like the idea because I love to take photos. I like that it's black and white. I like that it shows over here where you are. You're in thought, you're doing something that's active. And this photo also, it spans kind of what is going on right now in this global pandemic. One actively creating, still going, moving forward. The other here, very connected, but is he? Because, he has that look of, I don't know if I can do this.
They can all be listening to this, I'm sure. He's probably watching right now. And
the other one that's kind of like sitting here, he's like, how are we going to fix this? What are we going to do?
Well, that's Tony Fadil, who's played one of the Border Force guards. Fantastic actor, a really good friend of mine. And he took his role so seriously. I've got to say this. He was off book on the first day of rehearsals. he'd learned all of his lines, and he's got a lot, and because it's only a 3-hander play. But that photograph, you're quite right. In fact, the girl on the right who's wearing the tiger stripe.
And yeah, there's this lady
That's
here.
right. That's Sharina Ingram, who's an absolutely fantastic actress. Can't wait to work with her again. I went to see her in a play, and I just went straight up to her and said, "I've got to work with you." I said, "Next time I'm writing a play, I'm going to write a part for you," and that's what I did. She was fantastic, and her and Yinka Williams, who doubled up that role, they were both very different in the part, but they were both exceptional, and they really brought. That role was very tricky to play because the audience have got to make the decision on what's going to happen to that character. So it was a very interesting dilemma to put both the actor and the audience in. It's quite weird looking at that photograph, which I must credit to Armani Russell, who took that photo. She took a lot of photos during our rehearsal. Wonderful photographer.
It is. It has a lot of emotional depth to it, and it is something that she should be praised for. It's a great piece.
I think that was our Outcast photo for our page for quite a long time. If anyone wants to get in touch with us, that's how they can. The Outcast Creative on Facebook. And I should mention, actually, if I may,
please,
we're auditioning for Kent State now, and it's open to actors. Now, look, this is not a paid production. This is a bunch of people getting together and just trying to do something, because we're all sitting on our asses, not getting paid, not getting work. I don't like doing that. I like being proactive. I'm like, okay, what can we do online? Can we get a group of like-minded people together? And also, I didn't even, people are doing productions online and they're charging tickets for people to come and see them. I didn't even feel comfortable doing that with Kent State, because the subject matter and the fact that we are all doing it for free, and people like Howard Ruffner, who took those photographs on the day, he's letting us use those photographs for free. And it's not really a production where we can charge money. And I mean, even if we did, we wouldn't make more than a few pence. So it's just a group of creatives getting together. I'm directing it. Dickon, I think, is probably going to co-direct some scenes, the other chap in that photo. And I think we're going to have a cast of about 50. And although a load of the Outcast regulars are going to be in the show, we're going to need more than that. And we've got a lot of parts for males between 18 to 55. Not so many for women, because most of the characters, unfortunately, in the piece, they're all real people, and all the lawyers were men. All the defendants that got injured, the 9 injured, were all men. There's the 2 girls who got killed, so those parts are up for grabs, and there's the mothers of the kids, but we've already got quite a lot of actresses fighting over those parts. So but male actors who can do an American accent, or indeed who are American, who are at a loose end and would like to get involved in a project which I think is socially worthy.
Yes.
And it isn't too much of a big commitment on your time. It would be great to hear from them, and they can contact us through the Facebook page.
Absolutely. I have to go to James now. Is there any questions or anything like that from people that are looking?
Oh, that's why he's there, for questions. I thought he was just there to look cool.
I know, right?
Yeah, sure. If there are any, I don't think
I'm just here to.
I'm just here. I'm just sitting here in my chair. You forgot. See, he hasn't done a live show with me like this in almost 2 years.
Yeah.
Or so. So he's he's a little slow on the uptake. But
now that I've been your guest, he's never done a live show like this at all.
Ta-da. Ta-da. All right. So
if there's no questions and we've got 10 minutes left, I'll just mention then that's my book.
Yes, please do. Let's go to
Diamonds in the Sky.
Diamonds in the Sky. Let's talk about that.
I wrote the first book in 2017. I've never written a novel before. I find writing screenplays quite easy. And I do a screenwriting workshop, a one-off one every other month. So if you ever want to come to that, get hold of me on my Facebook page or via the Outcast page. But I always knew that I wanted to write this story, but it was always designed to be a TV show. And at this time, and this was not something we could put on stage. I wasn't going to build model spaceships and have them lured by string, and that would have been like a Christopher Guest movie.
This book is awesome, James.
One of the things I was going to say is we could run a little competition, by the way. So for 3 people that subscribe to Jackie's channel today, if you've got a Kindle, I will send them a free copy of Diamonds in the Sky to read the first book on Kindle. The second book's going to be out in about a month or 2. We're sort of planning a bit of a launch, trying to work out exactly what we're doing with that still. I've got to employ James to help me with that. We'll be chatting about that later. But yeah, I mean, basically, I'm the 3rd flight of the Conchords that you just haven't met. That's me, deadpan humor all the time. The second book carries on the story. The story basically is it's about 200 alien ships that look like these that arrive on the planet Earth. They drill down into the Earth. Most of them arrive in unpopulated areas. Nothing comes out of them. No one can get in them. And it's seen through the eyes of 8 characters, all from different cultures, all over the world. And it's what happens to those characters during that event in the first 72 hours. And one of the characters is Diana, portrayed on the front there by actress Angela Dixon, whose car breaks down on Highway 50, the loneliest road in America. And the ship, one of the first ships that lands in America, nearly lands right on top of her, and she's heavily connected to the story. And a little story I want to tell you. I know we're running out of time, but I always base all of my characters on my books on either actors or friends of mine. And this character, Diana, was based on the actress Laurie White, who was also a country and western singer. And if you don't know who she is, she's the woman who Tom Hanks meets at the crossroads at the end of the film Casting.
Right. Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And I love that moment in that film. I was going through quite a lot in my life at that time, and that moment in that movie meant so much to me. Laurie White is married to another country and western singer called Chuck Cannon. And when we were getting ready to do the book, I always knew that if it ever got made into a TV show, I wanted Laurie to play that role, and or at least come in for a casting if it was within my power. And I thought, wouldn't it be great if we could get her on the cover of the book? Maybe she'll be up for it, because she's mainly singing now. So, maybe, works out what our budget was. And we wrote to her via her website, and we didn't hear anything. And it was about a year and a half later. So Angela, who also looks a lot like the character, stepped in for me very kindly. Amazing actress as well. And it was about a year and a half later. I don't know why. I just suddenly thought, I wonder what Laurie White's up to now. And I Googled her, and I found out she died. She passed away of cancer. And the reason she didn't reply to our inquiry was because she was battling the cancer at the time. And I think only had about 3 or 4 months left. And I was absolutely heartbroken when I read that. So the second book is, there's 4 dedications in the front of the second book. And the longest one is to her and to her family. And I wrote to Chuck Cannon. I found him online. And I told him the story about how her performance in Castaway inspired the character of Diana in my book. And I know this is a bit weird, and I'm writing to you and you don't know me, but would you mind if I dedicate the second book to your wife, who I never got to meet, but she inspired the character? And he said, of course, that'd be fantastic. And I sent him the dedication. And that's one of those beautiful moments in humanity, where 2 people never met, but I still haven't met him. We've exchanged quite a few emails. But I just wanted to give him a shout out. And her music is quite amazing. And if you go to lauriewhite.com, you can check out some of her music. And I mean, the last few songs that she wrote, very powerful, as you can imagine. And I made a promise to Chuck, and I'll say this publicly now on a forum, that if Diamonds in the Sky ever gets made into a TV series, we're going to be using songs of Laurie's in that show for sure. So, and then we can...
What a beautiful tribute.
Send some money to his family as well.
That would be definitely be a beautiful tribute.
I just saw that was something I must mention, and I must mention Kevin Hanna, who put me up for being on your show as well. And also my friend, he's lovely, Kevin. I could talk about Kevin for half an hour, but we ain't got time. And I need to mention Jason Fleming as well, who's quite a well-known actor, if you know who Jason is. He's been in all sorts of films. Do look him up. He's my most regular collaborator. And I'm sure I sent you a picture of me and him together, but I'm not sure if you've got it. And he's also attached to about 4 of my films. There's a character in the book based on him as well. And he is the guy who calls me up like 3 times a week in lockdown to check that I'm doing all right. And I'm doing that for a lot of people as well. But it's like, you know, it's nice that somebody is also doing it for me, because he's the one who sends me those spiritual life affirming messages saying, you know, you okay, Lance, and don't worry, this and this, because we're all of us are kind of feeling it. And I mean, whether it financially or, you know, various things. James has said he's going to send me a lovely message after the show. Appreciate that, James. Awesome. We're going to have a big chat about Walking Dead.
Let's go to your social media and all of that other fun stuff, and let people know how they can find your works. And
so Diamonds in the Sky, the book, that's on Amazon. You can order a physical copy. In America, it can take a bit longer to arrive, apparently. Make sure you order it off Amazon.com if you're in America. There's a lot more reviews for it on Amazon.co.uk. It's got 5 stars out of 5 from about 35 reviewers, and only 5 of them are friends of mine. So there you go. You can see I did 2 short films for Diamonds in the Sky as well to promote the book. They're both on YouTube. One of them's called Martin, and just type in Diamonds in the Sky short film Martin, it'll come up. If you want to follow me on Twitter, I'm Lance Nielsen, spelt the Danish way, Nielsen WD, capital D, a capital W, capital D. That stands for Lance Nielsen, writer, director. I'm going to change that. I'm going to add a few more letters, so it's Lance Nielsen, writer, director, friend of James Barker on the end of it. That's if it fits. And then I'm also on Facebook. It's a work profile. I don't mind people from the industry adding me, but don't just send me a friend request, send me a message.
No, right? First. It's courtesy, damn it.
You don't go into a nightclub, right, and go up to someone you don't know and say, sorry, excuse me, do you mind? Can I just borrow your phone? Don't mind me. You don't know me. I'm just going to look through. I'm going to have a look at your photos. I'm just going to check your friends list here, your other people's contact details. No introduction from me. You don't need that. You know me, right? You've seen my face. It's you wouldn't do that in real circumstances. So what makes people think it's okay to do it online?
What did you think about being on the show?
Sorry?
What did you think about being on the show?
On this show? Oh, I absolutely love it. I'm definitely come back again, because just to have little exchanges with James. And also I want to know where you get your teeth, because as you can see, I'm missing both of mine, so I need to get some more teeth.
The teeth. Do you ever see that movie Fight Club?
I have. I thought you were going to say Fright Night.
You know the first rule of Fight Club?
Don't talk about where Jackie got her teeth. I got it.
He's smart.
Yeah,
you told me he wouldn't get that, James. You said he wouldn't get that.
If you want to get involved in Kent State, don't write to me directly. There's a casting director dealing with that. You've got to go on the Outcasts Creative on Facebook. The Outcast Creative. Drop them an inbox message there. We're rehearsing on Zoom weekday evenings, and the first performance of 13 Seconds in Kent State, because it's 5 episodes, goes up on Sunday, the 11th of April at 8 p.m. UK GMT time. That would be 3 o'clock in the afternoon, East Coast, I believe. I think 3 plus 5 is 8. My maths ain't great, but I think James is with me that we can probably agree 3 plus 5 is 8.
Yeah.
Yeah, good. Excellent. Yeah, and then obviously it's a bit earlier. So it's on Sunday. So fortunately, no one in California goes to church Sunday morning. So they'll be able to watch it.
I want James to at least ask you 2 questions before we boot, because I want to do that for my friend. So go ahead, James.
I'll keep my answers as short as I can.
And you better
Real
not
short.
say you don't have any questions.
Bring for no. What got you into the industry, into the directing, into the screenwriting? What?
If I could pick one thing, and it's corny, and other people are going to have said this before, but going to see the first Star Wars film as a kid was an experience. I like this guy. Was an experience that completely blew me away. That came out in the UK, I think it was summer of '77, and like every kid in my school went to see it for their birthday, and it was great. I had quite a lot of friends, so I got taken to see it like about 15 times in 4 weeks. In fact, there were a couple of birthdays that clashed, and I had to choose between, am I going to go and see Star Wars with this kid or this kid? And it was just such a although I don't write a lot of science fiction, Diamonds in the Sky is the only sci-fi I've written. It was so great being taken on this amazing journey into this world with these characters. And I thought that's something I'd love to be able to do for people, because I love watching people's reaction to my work. You know, if I'm standing on in the theatre watching a play of mine or at a film premiere, I'm always watching the audience. I don't watch the actors, because I've seen them dozens of times already.
You want to see if that thing that you put in there, if they're paying attention to it, and if they are paying attention to it, how does it grab them? And if it doesn't grab them and you think it should have grabbed them, you know, maybe
how can I make it better?
Yeah. Plus, I need to get that guy kicked out who's on his phone. So you've got to keep them on their toes.
Right.
Oh yeah.
What's question number 2 before I'm ceremoniously kicked out?
Have you ever experienced writer's block?
I have experienced writer's block, and this is a good tip for anyone who writes either plays, books, or films. And it's one of the first things. Hi, Matt. It's one of the first things that I teach on my writing workshop, and it's a great thing to fall back on, is if you ever have writer's block, and most people normally have it at the beginning of whatever play, book, or film they're writing, don't try and start at the beginning. Think in your head, what is the scene, the moment, the pivotal moment, if you like. It might not be pivotal. What is the clearest moment in your head that you can visualize, that you can see, that you know is going to happen, you know who's in that scene, you know what they're going to say, that's clearest in your head? Go and write that. And once you've written that very process of writing that scene, that moment that's clearest in your head first, will get your brain going, and that will set you off, and you'll be on to another scene, and then another scene, and trust me, you'll be on your way. If you can't do that, I'm sorry, bribe, send James some money and he'll send some people round to help you. But that's the lesson I always teach people. And when I get writer's block, I have to remind myself to do that. And that's why when Stephen and I suddenly came up, I just said, the ending for this play, I've got it, is this. And he went, yeah. And I said, let's write that scene now, because we're both thinking, that's great, let's write it now. So we jumped off the scene that we were writing at the beginning. We went straight to the end of the play. We wrote that entire scene out. It was absolutely perfect. Nothing about it needs to change. And then we went back and we carried on with the beginning again. So, proof of the pudding is in the eating, as they say. Who knows when that play will actually be on, because there's no theatres open. We might have to end up doing it online. We'll see what happens. But Jackie, thank you so much for having me.
Don't skip off yet. Don't skip off just yet. All right. So I want to, first of all, thank you so much for being yourself. I appreciate that so much.
This is me. And
for your ability to be able to bring on social issues that are impactful, that will probably impact many, many people for generations to come once they see your works.
Thank you.
I am interested in allowing you to meet Mad Matt Hay.
Hi, Jackie.
Who is also
Hi, Land.
in your stomping grounds around and they're very close, I'm quite sure.
I'm sure a lot of people call me that, but not to my face, Mad Lance. I'm really sure a lot of people call me that. I'm quite happy to have that title. I'd rather be unique than boring.
Exactly. Yeah, I've said that a long time. Yeah.
Yeah, me too. All right, so you, Lance, are welcome to stick out the next couple of hours, or you can go if you need to go. If you would like to stay for right now, please mute your mic. And if you'd like to ask him questions, which I would love for you to do, because Matt is a very astounding, intriguing author, and I think that you will enjoy some of the works that he has.
Is he from Scotland? You're from Scotland?
Yeah, from Scotland. A place called Livingston, which is just outside Edinburgh.
Part of Diamonds in the Sky storyline is all set just outside of Dundee.
That looks a very intriguing book, and I used to stay in Dundee, so. Yeah,
I the way I wrote all the scenes was I walked around it all on Google Earth. But
that's the best way to do it.
Set, and then I thought, okay, now the characters are going to go to the Burkes, and we're going to go through Peter Cutler and all this. So it's all that's where one of the spaceship that lands in England is just east of the east of the city or west of the city, I forget. But it comes over the North Sea and goes over the city and then lands in the Highlands. And a bus driver who's an Elvis impersonator with all his passengers on board his bus decides he's going to go and drive on top of it. So it's quite funny.
Brilliant.
Anyway, well, I am going to hang around because I'm loving this. What I am going to do, though, is dash to the toilet, if you don't mind.
Dash away.
Mind to mute your microphone when you're at the toilet.
Go ahead.
Now I don't know now. I think I might have to leave it on. Okay. Listen, it's been wonderful. Matt, over to you. And mate, I will check out your work as well. Thank you. And James, thank you so much for having me. We're going to talk all things Walking Dead later.
I caught the last 20 minutes of your interview, Lance, and it was brilliant, intriguing. Very good.
All right, so we're going on to our next episode. That was a really
segment, not episode.
That yeah.
She's one of them time traveling vampires.
He was an episode in his own. Okay, I feel like I was doing 5 hours right there. Good content, but episode right there. So now we're going on to the next segment.
Okay.
That can be a segment.
But now I want him to be in episode 2.
Okay, that can be episode 3.
Okay, Matt Hay, for those who do not know who you are or what it is you do other than amuse me, let people know. Thank you.
Hi there. My name's Matt Hay. I'm Scottish and not an alcoholic.
Him and Crunchy need to meet.
So I'm Matt Hay. I'm an author from Livingston. I've written one novel, and I think it's been 5 or 6 short stories, all of which have been published. I'm writing my second novel at the moment, of which I'm two-thirds through at the moment. My novel is medieval zombie horror, which is based in Scotland during the time of Robert the Bruce, and I have great fun writing. It's an absolute joy. And in the past, I've been lucky enough, and I'll show this here, to feature in one of Jackie's books that she's published called Splinter Dreams, A Guide to Apocalypse Part 2. And the short story I wrote in that was called The Mercians, which was basically an apocalyptic, post-apocalyptic alien invasion, where aliens landed on Earth and they used the zombie virus to clear out the sort of Earth population. And what this story is, a group of survivors who have produced a sort of vaccine, which all the vaccine does is it inhibits into the aliens' DNA, and they try and use that to try and reclaim the planet back. So it's a story of them trying to test this vaccine, which they've got to try and get rid of the Martians. So yeah, and that's in Splinter Dreams, which I showed earlier. Just show it again. So that's on Amazon at the moment and on hard copy. I don't know if Jackie's got a hard copy of this one, but I certainly do.
No, actually, I'm like, I really need to do that. Plus, we also need to start putting that back out there again. The Splinter Dreams was started.
It was amazing
in 2018. I think,
yeah.
right? 2018.
Yep.
All right. So I put a shout out. This is how amazing the people, my creatives, and I call them my creatives. If you've been on my show, you're my creative now. So my creatives come together and do some really amazing things. And when I put a shout out and I said, I want to do a collection of stories from people who have been on this show, because I think it would be a really cool thing to do. And in the first 24 hours, I had 50 people say, I want to be in on this. And I looked at this and I'm like, that's a lot of pages. And it actually was supposed to be a 3-part series, and we got it to 2 books, and there are some really amazing people in there involved in that particular project, and I am going to be putting links up and all of that for Splinter Dreams and the creatives that are on there. I also have another project that I'm working on. I set it up the year before, like I set it up in 2019, and it also has Matt, you're in that too. That
Yep.
y'all remember what the name of it is? Right now, it's it escapes
I
me.
can't remember. My brain is like fuzz at the moment.
What?
So
Well, I'm gonna look it up. But I'll look it up while you are engaging people on your other works. And so I'm going to bring up a background and we can show people. And that shirt is really cool. Glen of
do you like the shirt?
I know I do.
Glens of the Dead. Yeah. And the artwork for that's done by the amazing Jeffrey Gosh. Who we have to mention because
that
he did the artwork for Splinter Dreams. He's also done the artwork for Zombiepalooza Radio Live. He's done the artwork for Maximus Shock, also for Sporm. The guy's a walking genius. And what's quite interesting is the concept we came up with for Glens of the Dead was the kind of skull with the Scottish flag in the background. And Jeffrey just took it and knocked it out of the park. He added the blood on, he added the zombies in the background, and the type font is just superb. It's one of my favourite type fonts ever. So
it looks like
he
you can
absolutely knocked it.
Touch it, you know what I mean? It like up on there. It looks like you could just like grab the thing out of there and go, oh.
Yeah.
It is multi-dimensional, and he, when he goes and he puts something together, he doesn't just slap 1 or 2 layers on there. He really gets into that nook and cranny to be able to make it so that it stands out.
And what I like about it is he works with you, and he'll turn around and he has ideas, you've got ideas, and generally puts them together and then improves on the ideas that we've had. So I think we're really lucky to have Jeffrey, and need to make a huge shout out to Jeffrey.
You know
on this
what?
one.
I can't get him on the show though, and I just recently
he's a very shy man. He's a very shy man.
Within the last month or something, I saw a picture of him, and I'm like, and I messaged him, and I was like, this is the first time I've ever seen you. And I think he sent back a smiley face or something like that. But if we're just talking back and forth, we usually talk back and forth in Messenger. And if we're talking back and forth, it's, you don't think about necessarily what the other person looks like. But I was like, oh, wow, that's pretty cool.
Yeah. He's
He's
amazing. He really is.
He has
100%.
a real amazing ability to be able to put out the work and match it very, very close to what the creative has put in front of them. So let's talk about Glens of the Dead. This is your latest.
This is my baby. To be fair, we'll call it baby. It's the idea came up. I've seen a lot of zombie books out there, and there's not many A set in Scotland and B set in history. So I kind of wanted to do something a bit different, and I came up with the idea that I wanted to have the zombie virus back in medieval Scotland. Now, the thing you'll see with a lot of modern day zombie things is they've got guns, they've got all manner of funky sort of modern day weapons, and I'm sure James said earlier, he's got that love of Star Wars. I love Star Wars as well. 1977 Star Wars was amazing, and I actually had visions of like the zombie virus escaping into the Star Wars world, onto the Death Star with people with lightsabers, cutting up zombies and that. And I thought, well, if you can do that in the future, what about do that in the past? Where you've got all the medieval weaponry. So you've got things like, the swords, you've got lances, you've got the, things like trebuchets, all at your disposal. And a lot of people think, medieval, they think these sort of knights, the castles and everything. I wanted to kind of strip it back to the sort of normal villager, where you've got a, sort of clan member in Scotland, the dad's off to war. So you've got a pair of brothers, Glens of the Dead sets a pair of brothers, the dad's off to war down south against the English. They're left with their mother. The zombie virus hits. They've got their nemesis is sort of coming towards the village. And it's just how these sort of normal people in medieval Scotland survive and how they kind of grow as characters. And these, it's young teenagers. It's not even, older people. These people, 16 to 18-year-old. So I just found it very, very interesting setting it in that time period. So there was a lot of research which went on as well, just to make sure that I had the weaponry right. I had a lot of work in the language as well. One of my beta readers, she's an expert in medieval Scottish history. She's got a degree in that, so basically worked with her on the language. So we improved the kind of language during the beta read. But a lot of the kind of work in the time period is just basically trying to get it as close as possible, and then making it a wee bit outrageous. There's lots of satanic elements in it as well. The opening scene of the book takes part. It's a satanic ritual that goes wrong. So in essence, the zombie virus in the book starts with this satanic ritual gone wrong, and there's all these sort of naked women in a field. Feasting in blood, and the blood's tainted with the kind of zombie virus they don't know. So all of a sudden you've got all these naked women turn into zombies and just feasting on each other.
P.S.
Quite a
Let
cool
me
opening
say,
scene.
if you are going to do that, don't do that. Don't do that. Because, that's how we get zombies, damn it. All right. So we're gonna go into.
Yep.
So I'm gonna get into saying a thing here. The situation must become worse. You don't truly know someone until one is forced with everything going to hell.
Yes.
Talk about that particular piece.
Well, what's quite interesting is if you go with book one, for example, the younger brother, Donald, he's got a few psychological issues, and those psychological issues were hidden from the rest of the village. He was traumatized as a child, had quite a serious accident. And his elder brother, Malcolm, he's been hiding that. And he really didn't know how his brother would react, how his brother would cope during the whole sort of, call it the shit hitting the fan, I think is the best term for it. And you see a lot in the book where Malcolm's trying to protect Donald. But what's interesting is that Malcolm at one point's driven by revenge, and they actually separate one point in the book. and you actually start to see how Donald copes on his own, or doesn't cope in a lot of senses. When they separate into two groups, and at one point in the book, Donald not coping causes very much a lot of problems for other characters in the book. But I'm not going to do too many spoilers, but it's quite a journey from young Donald, and the journey continues into book 2 for young Donald. Because Donald from there, based on stuff that happens in book 1, he has issues with sleeping. He has some alcohol problems as well. Starts drinking quite heavily at times just to basically, keep himself going. So it's psychologically, he's went through a hell of a lot and he survived through it, but he's still going through that. And we're sort of exploring more into Donald's psyche in book 2 as well, which I'm writing through at the moment. So that's really interesting. You've also got there's a relationship that goes on with Malcolm, the elder brother, and Morag, and we'll explore a lot of their relationship. So in book 1, the relationship's quite solid, and Morag relies a lot on Malcolm, but she then grows as a woman. So you see her through the book getting stronger and stronger, and as she holds her own as the book goes. And in book 2, which I'm writing just now, you're starting to see fractures in that relationship, and that the fractures in that relationship is causing a lot of problems, and putting them in some cases in danger. So that's more explored as well. So yeah.
Tensions between characters are basically the heart and soul of a film.
Yes.
They're also the heart and soul of a book or a play or a screenplay or any kind of creative process. That ability to be able to see one side pulling against the other and then eventually somehow meeting in that middle. Talk about some of the other works that you've done where you have explored this particular tension.
Oh, the problem I've got is the other works I've got are short stories, so I can't, but they're not really in that sort of depth where you can explore that. I think the best one might be Mannequin, where you've got the two kind of main characters who didn't kind of know each other before, and kind of thrust within this situation where there's kind of live, it's a very Scooby-Doo-like, but store mannequins coming to life in a department store. And these two guys who never known each other, kind of known each other passing because they work together, become very reliant and building a relationship where they are helping each other, and kind of trust level. So you kind of got that in that book. But again, I think the best I've described is in Glens of the Dead, where certainly you do have that relationship between Malcolm and Morag, and it gets very, very fractured during it.
I'd like to have Lance ask his question. Go ahead.
Go on.
I will. I was keen not to interrupt.
Yeah.
That really reminds me of the terror of the Autons from Doctor Who, what you were just talking about with the mannequin.
Yeah.
Coming
Yeah,
to
I've seen
life.
that.
Yeah. I'm a big Pertwee era fan here.
Love Doctor Who.
Pertwee and David Tennant are my two favourite Doctors. I've followed Tennant's career a long time. Love him. Anyway, my question is, before Jackie murders me, I'd like to know how long it took you to write your first draft, how many pages that was, because I remember my first draft was about 800, and I think I cut it down to just below 575, something like that, and that was still too long. But that was the one that went out, and my second book is 400 pages, so I've been really rigid on my editing. But love to hear your length, your process about that. That'd be great.
My first draft took about a year to do, roughly. I was sitting about 350 pages on the first draft, cut down to about 280.
And was that every day, writing every day?
Most days, yeah. There was times, obviously, life got in the way, but I tried to write most days, yeah. A lot of it was having that they call it working the brain muscle. And I found that if you're writing each day, even if it's like a case of 30 words, it's still flexing that brain muscle, it's getting something down on paper. I don't know about you, but I cut about 4 or 5 chapters out. I merged chapters, I added new chapters in. I totally replaced one chapter with a totally different version of that chapter as well. So the editing process was the big eye opener with me.
What did you use to edit? Did you use a program at all? Because there are programs out there to help you do that.
No, I just use Word. I use Word. So I use self-edited using Word. And to be honest, I had a lot of issues with it because back then my computer wasn't the best. And because of the size of the manuscript, Word struggled to cope with the processing speed of it. Since then, with book 2, I've moved over to Scrivener, and I find Scrivener a lot easier, for writing, because it doesn't hang as you're writing. Sometimes when you've got quite a big manuscript on Word, it can hang when you're writing, and that's awfully off-putting, especially when you're in the flow. And Scrivener's a lot easier to kind of arrange your chapters, see your chapters, edit it through. So, yeah, book 2's been done on Scrivener. So, yeah.
Yeah, I write on Vellum. Vellum formats the book for you on Mac.
Yeah.
So but Word for the first book, Vellum for the second one. Thanks for
that,
Matt. Great stuff.
Yeah. So Scrivener does the same. It formats the book for you. It's got spell check. You can add comments, and you can actually convert from Scrivener into things like PDF, Word, various other formats as well. So, yeah, I've not used Vellum, but I've heard it's good.
All right. So now we're going to get into the hows and whys you do what you do with the question, how do you get the character to demonstrate who they are?
That's a very good question. How do you get to I think the best way to do that is through their actions. I go back to a sort of song, a Scottish band by Twin Atlantic, and they've got this brilliant lyric, your actions, they echo on you. And I think that's the same with characters, is their actions define who they become. So you'll always find that as I'm writing, I'll explore the actions, explore the character, and put the character in the situation, and just let the flow happen and see how that character reacts to that particular situation. And yeah, that's kind of how I do that. Develop it through, and as I'm going through editing as well, I've got backstory in there, but there's a lot of fleshing out the characters, a lot of background, then further added in the editing process as well.
When an individual is reading your works, why is it important to have them get a little bit of inside information about the character that you don't necessarily have that character say?
It's important so they can relate to that character. So just little things. I mean, I mentioned earlier, Donald in book 2's got a bit of an alcoholic problem. Well, I wouldn't say alcoholic problem, but he's turned a bit to drink where he's not been drinking before, and he's had sleep issues. So what you'll maybe find is that maybe somebody who's drunk to forget about things, or somebody who's, you know, had sleep issues, they've not been able to sleep due to anxiety, due to things that have happened. Maybe they'll relate to that character more, and it's same with maybe not to that extreme, but with other characters, you know, things that they do, maybe people can relate to, and maybe that's why they want to read on and enjoy the book.
Dialogue is not just about characters talking. Discuss.
No, it's not at all. With dialogue, what it does is it not only sets the scene, it tells you who the character is, it tells you what era they're in, it tells you previous relationships with other characters, it tells you what's going on. A lot of people, and this is a mistake that a lot of writers did, and I did this, I still do this, is I spend a lot of time what they call telling rather than showing. So telling basically means that you're writing this in a descriptive way and telling the author, telling the reader what's going on, whereas you can use the 5 senses like like, obviously sight or smell, and dialogue as well, them talking, and that can become a better medium for sort of describing what's going on, like the atmosphere. So even just something simple, like one character turning round to the other one saying, it's really dark in here, I'm scared. Yeah, it's just a simple phrase like that kind of sets the scene better than you sort of describing, the inky darkness sets in, mice scutter along and all that. You could probably cut a lot of I'll call it the fluff and crap out just by sometimes dialogue with the characters actually setting the scene themselves. I think Lance in screenwriting probably has got a great way of doing that, because a lot of his comes down is relying more on character dialogue as well.
So we're going to stay in the theme of
Yeah.
dialogue.
Less is more. Less is more.
Yeah.
Jackie, I actually got a question for dialogue.
Let me do this one and then I'll get you.
Fun.
Because that'll be the only way I get into this. A character's words should either be hard to say or hard to hear.
Interesting. Yeah. They could be either, depending on the character. Yeah. How do you put that? Hard to hear. Other characters can often ignore some characters. You maybe get dominant characters in the group, so therefore when you've got that character who's more in the background, the character who's not seen as maybe the alpha or the beta in the group, maybe when you're in a situation that character says, look, maybe we should do this, their voice isn't heard as much as maybe the alpha or the beta in the group. And it's again, it goes on relationship, and I think a lot of people can probably see in relationships in the group which characters are hard to hear in that group. Yeah.
All right, James, you got the floor.
When you're doing dialogue, how do you do it? Do you use a mirror?
Badly.
Do you use a mirror, or do you talk to somebody, try to get that?
I write it. I write it down, and then I'll say it aloud. I found myself, and this is quite an interesting tool if anybody's got it, is you've got a lovely little app on your phone where you can do voice recording, and I find myself actually just recording myself reading out, and that does a couple of things. It checks if the dialogue's authentic and it reads okay, and if you're reading it out, you can actually hear if you've made any mistakes as you're going as well. So yeah. That's it.
that was it. It's just a kid.
Yeah.
You got it. You got any more?
No, not right now.
That was a good question. Thanks, James.
Yes, Lance. Do you have any questions?
Yeah. I'm going to want to buy this book now.
All right.
I've been
I want to buy
reading-
yours.
Oh well, do you know what? And I'll do a review for you on Amazon. I promise.
Yeah.
I've been reading a zombie book series called Surviving the Evacuation.
I have read the first 5. Frank Tile or something. Yeah,
Frank Tale, and I wrote to him.
Yeah.
I don't know him, and he helped me get my book up on Amazon. He was so sweet.
That's nice. Yeah.
I didn't know what I was doing, and he was really lovely. With the dialogue, you were talking about the dialogue. One of the things I do when I'm writing a script, and I did this with the Diamonds book as well, is I do character beat sheets for scripts if I'm unfamiliar with the characters, which is every time I think of something or every time I know something definite about a character, I'll add it to their character sheet, a bit like a character sheet in a role-playing game. Yep. And then with the book, what I was doing was I had all these documents open on my computer for all the different characters' lives, their timelines and stuff. So I wasn't contradicting myself because it's a multi-narrative book, so 8 POVs. It's a lot to keep up with. Do you do something similar like that with your characters? And is it a one POV person traditional narrative, or what's the narrative of your?
Oh, I've got multiple points of view.
Yeah, I love multiple points of view.
Yeah,
Right.
and I kind of have to, because the group splits. You kind of have to have that kind of multiple points of view. Plus, I've got the point of view of the antagonist as well, and on it. So I just like to complicate things, get the antagonist point of view. I think I've to end up with about 4 or 5 different points of view in there. So yeah, I do have character sort of outlines for each of them. I've got files which I just keep adding to that character outline. What I've done as well is I've mapped out what I call a character timeline, or character sort of character arc, if you see where I'm coming. I've done the same for book 2 before I kind of started writing it. I sat with each character and I arced out each character to where I wanted them to go. Not just in that book, but future books as well. So I've arced it up.
I've got the last scene of the last book. I know what it is. I know the last scene. I know which 2 characters are in that scene. I don't know what happens to the rest of the characters, but I made a pact that I was going to kill off 1 character per book. So don't get too attached to any of my guys.
Well, I've already killed off 1 main character in book 1. And I know there's a kind of major character getting killed off in book 2.
Do you know what really drives readers nuts?
They'll
get a character and they'll look at it and they'll be reading it and they'll be like, God, this character's a dick. And they'll be reading, and then they're like, I think I like the character. Like, I think that it really, and then they're reading, and you did what?
Don't worry, the character that's the biggest dick in my book survives. So, because he's the most interesting one to read, so I'm not going to kill him off.
Well, the character that's the biggest dick in my book, you don't know he's the biggest dick until the epilogue. Which has got one of the biggest. It's got a huge plot twist in the epilogue, which I've been told a lot of people don't see coming. So yeah.
I got a question for both of y'all, being authors, writers. Have y'all had a character kind of? I know, Lance, you have the end, and you're going to that end. But have you had a character kind of go, no, I don't want to go that way. I'm going that way.
I've had a character who I thought was going to be a bad guy, and he's. I mean, they've all got arcs, but I've got one that I thought was going to be a real bad guy. But actually, now I like making people complicated because humans are complicated. So now I'm sending him in a different direction, and I think people are going to feel very conflicted about how they feel about that person. So yeah, so absolutely 100%, yeah.
I've got it the opposite way. I've got a character that's a good guy who's 2 tons villain.
Yeah.
So yeah, and to be honest, during the first draft, that wasn't happening. And then we kind of realised that this actually made sense with what went on previously. So we did a whole sort of twisty thing where we made one of the good guys into a bad guy. So yeah.
How much of yourself, Matt, have you written into Glen of the Dead?
I've put my entire soul into it. Every page, every word that's written as part of me is bled onto that, and I think any other writer would tell you the same.
How many words are in your first sentence for Glen of the Dead?
No idea. I never counted. To be fair. I could probably boot it up somewhere and count, but the honest answer is I actually don't have a clue. In fact, here's a bit of truth for you. The first sentence I wrote for Glens of the Dead isn't in the book.
I want to know.
In fact, the whole first chapter
what was that? And
right.
Because when we put pen to paper or finger to keyboard and we get that first tidbit of something.
Let me find it.
Put it out there. There are different elements that are also going on around you in your life personally.
Let me find that first one.
Your perspective is...
Because as I say, that entire first chapter that I wrote of Glens of the Dead no longer exists. It didn't go into the book. We cut it. And the whole reason we cut it was it just wasn't great. And it did nothing for the book, especially after I put the prologue in. So, you know.
So let me tell you this right now. You do not have to go find that.
Yeah. Nobody's read it out with me and Christina, to be honest. My
point is that just because you're starting something, it does not necessarily mean it is going to end up in the final production. It
Correct.
is not written in stone.
Correct. And that's something I learned through editing, is it may be on the paper, but it's going to get changed. And during editing, we cut a lot, we added a lot. We had a lot of fights, we had a lot of discussions. One great thing, now I'm an author with Optimus Maximus Publishing, which is a small publishing firm in New Jersey, and that's run by an amazing lady called Christina Hargis-Smith.
Yeah.
I had the absolute pleasure that I met her in 2019. She came over to Scotland with her family to tour in a camper van. So I spent some time with her, and she's an absolutely lovely lady, as her family is. So when we went through the editing process, she sent me a document that basically says, don't hate me, I'm going to rip your work to shreds, but it's all for a good cause and good reason. And I'll be completely honest, when I first had the first sort of edits back on that, they were harsh, but they were fair. And I went through them and went, "You've broken my baby, you're tearing it to pieces." And we fought on a lot. But what we fought on and what ended up in the final cut is totally different to that first draft, and the night and day difference. There's language differences, there's chapter differences, there's scene differences, there's actual character differences as well. So you've got characters where I've got in the first draft going in one direction. We've changed that, so characters went in a different direction. So we've had to rewrite the character through the book. It's to be honest, I was lucky. Christina's such a good editor.
She is one of the best in the business from what I have seen since 2012.
Yeah.
It deserves any kind of
praise.
The word profession, any professional courtesy on every level. And I have not spoken to anyone who has worked with her that has said that she has not done their work justice.
Yes.
So
yes, 100%. She's done my work justice. She's improved it. And to be honest, we make a good team. She's also got a fantastic sense of humor. So what annoys her during the editing process is overused words. All right. Now, when the book was finished, the book was launched, Christina went on to one of these mug making places, and she got a mug made up, and on the mug she put Glens of the Dead most used words, and she filled it with words like muttered and scouted. And she popped it in this mug and she sent it to me, and I opened the mug up and I read it, and I was in absolute kinks with it. And that's her sense of humor. So when I'm sitting writing, I've got this mug for book 2, knowing that I don't have to. I'm not going to use
these words in this.
That's exactly.
That's brilliant.
And every once in a while, I'll just slip them in just for a laugh. Knowing fine well she's going to pick them up. Yeah, because I'm going to send it and she's going to get a sentence, and I'm just going to put mutter, 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 mutter. And then in brackets, haha, Christina, this isn't really good in the book.
And then run away. Because she'll be coming for you.
Oh, she will be coming for
She'll be coming for you. So what do you mean? She's probably gonna, after she sees this episode, she's gonna be like, what?
What? But I'm sure that the sequel for book 2, when that comes out, I'm going to get another mug with all the most used words on that as well.
See, James, I did manage to say the word episode with Matt Hay in the same sentence. I did it. Okay. So, that symbiosis that goes on between the editor and the creative is really, really important. If it is not working, you are going to end up having just a crap piece, and
Yes.
it won't be any good for anybody.
Yeah.
You need to have a good sense of faith too, that person is going to continue. If they've done it once for you, continue to be able to do.
There's 3 things I learned during the editing process. Number 1, is having a hard skin. You take things personally, but you need that hard skin. Yeah. So number 2 is you need to be able to adapt. So you need to be able to change. Be susceptible to change. Be ready to change what's going on there and ready to do it at a moment's notice. Not dwell on what's kicking about. And number 3 is building that relationship. So when you've got an editor that's there with you, you need to be able to trust them. You need to make sure that they are in the same sort of line of thinking of you, and C, which is probably most important as well, they need to have the same passion for the work that you have. Because if they've got that passion and enjoy it, they want to make that work. That sort of creation you've made there into as good a piece of work that they can, because if it wasn't, they wouldn't publish it.
Right.
And that's what it's all about. It's about getting the best quality work out there. And I honestly think we've done that with Glenn's the Dead. I've really, really enjoyed the creative process with it. I really enjoyed writing it, and I really enjoyed the editing process once I got over the initial sort of first edit shock, as they say. Yeah.
In doing that creative sense, how do you get your fans who love your work engaged with you as you're in the process of creating other works?
It's just a case of continually talking to them. So you get people who've came round and they've read it. So it's just interacting with them. And this probably, and I know a lot of people going to say, this annoys me about some people, some authors that are out there, is that if you don't speak to your fans, if you don't, liaise with them, let them know what's going on, they're not going to buy stuff in future. They're just going to say, yeah, this guy's an idiot, walk away.
That's so true. It's so true. Yeah. And quick vignette. I engaged with a fan who wrote to me personally on Twitter to tell me how much they loved the book. And I had a proper long conversation with them. And it was a pure coincidence that I wrote a blog about my 10 favourite American character actors, one of whom's Kim Coates from Sons of Anarchy. Unbeknownst to me, she was the head of the Sons of Anarchy fan club, and she knows Kim Coates. So wow. Kim Coates saw that and wrote to me personally, and is now going to watch my Kent State production online. So just by the fact that I showed this woman kindness, I got loads of amazing things back out of it I wasn't even expecting. So, I mean, you don't do it to get those things, but it just goes to show it's a karma thing. If you put things out there, you get it back. And I mean, it's an honor for someone to read your book, isn't it? Because it's a big commitment of time. Yeah. So it's an honor. It's an honor for someone to watch your film, watch your play, read your book. I think you should always give people your time because they've given you their time. Anyway, I'll be quiet now.
No, and beyond that as well is a few friends that I have out there. They're aspiring authors as well. So these are people that have read my books, and a few of the fans are out there. I call them friends. They are friends. Because you become friendly with them and talk to them, but a lot of them are aspiring authors as well. And they'll send you some stuff and ask you to look over it, and you'll give some honest feedback on it, and I'll turn around and say, look, says it's honest feedback. I says, but just want to try and make what you've got as good as possible, and they appreciate that. And in fact, one of the lassies that I did help with put her on to an editor I knew who was doing a competition, and she took part and got some free edits on it. She released a series of short stories not that long ago. It was just, and to be honest, she did a really good job with it, and she's now sitting writing a novel. So if I can be an inspiration to other people, fantastic. If I can just have one person pick up my book and turn around and say, I really enjoyed that, then that puts a smile on my face. And I'm more than happy to talk to them about people in the book. What I'll do, what is consistent through the book, is that one character I did kill off in the first book. A lot of people saying, you have killed this character off. I don't like you for that. They were my favourite character. I was like, oh, well, these things happen. He's dead now. Oops.
I've had that already too.
Yeah.
So Matt, what are 3 elements that you need to have in a good manuscript?
Oh, 3 elements. I'll put it through. I think we discussed it before, but you need to have put your heart and soul into it. I think people are going to see if you've basically bled your soul through that book, people will see that love of writing on there. I think the second one is you need a really good editor at your back. You can write, if there's a good first draft, second draft, third draft, whatever, you're very much blinkered by your own story, and it needs that independent, good set of eyes to take that story to the next level. And I think number 3, it just has to have your voice in it. So everything, what I write, I like to think I've got a distinctive sort of voice and distinctive style in the way I write. And I like to think that when people read that, they can see that kind of distinctive voice and style. There's that sense of humour that goes in there. There's that bit of rudeness. There's that edge to what I write. So hopefully people kind of see that and enjoy it.
What have you learned from your mistakes?
I've learned so much. I've learned everything. I think the biggest thing I've learned is, and I've said this before, is not to get hung up on what I've written down in the first draft. I've honestly, I've made so many mistakes as I've went. Made mistakes marketing. I've made mistakes writing during the editing process, and it's just, I think the biggest thing I've learned is trust the people about you. Trust those people that are supporting you. Trust your editor. Trust your beta readers. Trust your artist that does your book. Trust your publisher. Trust people who do marketing for you and help you out. Being an author can seem like a very lonely thing and very much a one-man band, but you have to have others helping you out or you're not going to get anywhere. So it's about being able to reach out and engage with them and trust them as well as yourself.
What makes a fruitful collaboration?
A fruitful collaboration. I think a fruitful collaboration is basically people with the same passion, with the same drive, and being able to trust each other. And if you're basically willing and collaborating with someone, you need to make sure that basically you're how to put it, you're thinking in the same direction. The kind of rules that you've got for your collaboration are set in stone. So you know what you're writing, they know what they're writing, or editing, or however the collaboration goes. You just need to make sure that your roles and responsibilities are defined, and you carry that out. And if it deviates from the plan, then you talk to each other. So probably the most important thing for a fruitful collaboration is communication.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Lance, do you have any questions that you would like to ask?
God, so many.
We could be here all night.
1 or 2. I do have someone after. And
JFK. Well, let's start there and go from there. No, it was interesting that you said you made mistakes about marketing, and I mean, just filmmaking. I just wrote the similar thing in the chat. Filmmaking is 90% mistakes and agony and 10% creativity. Writing a book is the same, at least in my experience. The marketing thing, because of course the self-publishing world was a completely alien world to me, no pun intended. And I you can't just whack a book up on Amazon and hope for the best. That's why I made the 2 short films to go in my book, so I could kind of get them out on YouTube, use them as a kind of advert. A lot of people, like for example, Frank Taylor that we were talking about, his entire marketing strategy is Facebook adverts. And he told me that personally, that's all he's ever done. And he earns a living writing those books. I wondered what did you have a budget for your book, and where did you spend it? And when you said you made some mistakes, tell us about those mistakes, because I don't want to make those. I've made them quite possible. I
think the biggest mistake I made was basically hitting Facebook adverts without knowing what I was doing. So I was sitting spending money, some money. It wasn't a lot of money, but it was money on adverts. But I didn't hit the demographic right, so I was wasting money there. So what was
knows what they're doing with the Facebook advertising? Someone knows what they're doing. Right, okay.
Yeah, so you need to actually be able to target people. You need to target your demographic, where you want people to go, that sort of thing. Now, I decided that I was going to learn a bit about it. The excellent opportunity came up where I spent a bit of money doing it, but it's well worth it. There's a group called 20 Books to 50K, and they had a conference in Edinburgh in 2019. So I went July 2019, and it was literally about 2 weeks before my book came out, and I spent some time there. And I sat in the conferences. I spoke to people, met contacts, used some contacts for helping with things like keywords on Amazon. So it was this fantastic lassie I met in Edinburgh. She was great with keywords, so she helped me with my keywords for the book, which helped with some of the early sales. And the guy that ran it's a guy called Craig Martell, who's quite a high-selling science fiction author. And I was talking to him, we were just chatting and saying, launch my books soon. He said, right, so what's stopping you launching it? I says, well, to be honest, it's my blurb. I says, I'm struggling with my blurb. He says, right. He says, what to do? Send me over your blurb.
Those are the hardest things to put together.
Yeah, they are.
Oh.
So he said, send me over your blurb. He says, and I'll have a look and see what I can do. So I sent Craig Martell over the blurb. Now this guy's got his own company. He sells millions of books. He's a big author, loads of books out there. And he took the time for a fresh new fresh new author like myself. And he went and he took the blurb and he rewrote the blurb for me and sent it back. And it was brilliant, so we used it. So that's a huge thank you out to Mr. Craig Martell, who runs the 20 Books to 50K, for helping write my blurb. It was great.
You're just about to do your second book, right?
Yep.
So
loving it.
While you're on the subject of blurb, because it's on my board now, write blurb tomorrow for second book. It's the only thing that's stopping me from launching it. I haven't got the blurb done yet.
Yeah.
How important is it to write a blurb on the back of a second book in a series that someone might read who hasn't read anything about the first one? Or are you writing a blurb that's a continuation? Or have you got to assume people have read nothing? I mean,
the thing you've got there is if people stumble across the second book first, right? Yeah. So if they stumble across the second book first and they read that blurb and think, this looks very interesting. So one thing they said at the conference is people look at two things when they're looking in Amazon for books. Look at the blurb, look at the cover. Yeah. You got both right, your book's going to do well. So they look, as you see, Jeff does the covers are amazing, so I don't need to worry about that. But the blurb, so if you get the blurb right, they'll have a look at that and say, right, this looks interesting. I wonder, let's have a look at book 1 in the series, and I'll go and pick that up. So you will have people stumble across book 2 in the series, not realise it's book 2, read the blurb, say that's interesting, and then go and pick up your book 1 based on that blurb. So that's what you got to try and think is like, get my blurb right.
Okay, we're at the 2-minute mark. So what I need Matt to do is go to your social media and all of your links and all that, and make sure you get out what you want people to know.
Yeah, so I'm on Facebook. Just look up author Matt Hay. I'm on Instagram as Mannequin Glangon. I'm on Twitter as Glangon. Just search for me. I'm there. You'll see by the cover of my book. I have a website, authormatthay.com. I'm not great with websites, but I need to update it probably. So I'm on that. Publishers, Optimus Maximus Publishing. They're on the kind of same platforms as well. Yeah, and you see my books in the background there. Glenn's of Dead, short stories, Sporm. I was in the anthology Optimus Maximus Shock. The one you're not showing, which is the one, is Night of the Living Cure and Splinter Dreams. They're all on Amazon at the moment. Go out if you're interested in me, if you're interested in what I'm seeing, go out and buy them. If you're on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, drop me a message, say hello. I'll happily respond back.
Hey.
Just sent you one.
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah.
I see that. My computer went bing, 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 bong.
Okay, so now I am going to be bringing in our next guest. Our next guest has 38 years of experience in film and television and doing so many things that he really is a modern Renaissance man. And so I'm very excited to bring him on. If in fact you guys want to stay on the call, you may. But if you are on the call, please make sure that you have your mics muted until we bring everything on and going and all that. I'm so excited for this next interview. I have pages and pages of notes everywhere, and he has really an amazing story to be able to tell. I need to, let's see, how am I going to do this? I am going to put let's see if I can get you on speaker view. I don't know why I got Matt on speaker view. I'd like to.
Oh, I'll probably hit mute. So I'll say hi, Carol.
That makes things easier.
Hello, Matt.
Hi.
James. Lance.
There you are.
Hi, Jackie.
Hi,
Yes,
how are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
Dun, dun, dun. Not that everybody else is not important, and I had the smaller screen so that there was only 4 on there, but now that there's larger, I want to be able to have you in view as you are our current.
Jackie, I've got to go in a minute because my partner's going to kill me if I don't spend some time with her. And I will listen to everything Carl says as well because I do want to hear his chat. But I'll say my goodbyes and thank you ever so much for having me, and my apologies to Carl if it seems rude. I hope it doesn't because I'd love to stay.
No problem, Lance. I've been listening into what you and Matt have been speaking about. It's been very interesting. So,
come and find me and add me, mate, on Facebook. I'm easy to find. And Jackie, thank you so much for having me as your guest. I've had a great time, and I'd love to come back.
Thank you so much. Tell others.
Oh, I've already done it, and I'll do it again. Don't worry.
Thank you so much. I'll see you later. Go ahead and click out. All right. Wow. First of all, I would like to formally welcome you to show. And so this is Carl, is it Wharton? Wharton?
Yes, Wharton. Yes, Wharton.
And this, my co-host here with the CPR logo in the background is James Barker.
Hi, James.
And then we have author Matt Hay. And so far, yes. So far. All right, Matt, go ahead and mute your mic. I don't know, how did that? All right, Matt, you're on the big screen. How are you on the big screen? Let me see.
Because I'm such a big person. If I hit mute and somebody else starts talking, I think they go and mute the big screen. So I'm
Let
gonna
me
hit
Jackie,
mute.
you can actually
I think
pin
you're
Carl
right,
right
yeah.
to it. Just
Yeah.
right click on his.
If I keep just saying right, that'll keep me
There
on.
you go. Okay, there you go. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. All right, so 38 years of building your performance background, starting at the very young age of 20 and having a theater background for 27 years.
Yes, yeah, I actually started when I was 18 in amateur dramatics, but I suppose my professional journey started from the age of about 2021 when I went to drama school for 4 years. So yeah, after that in 1991, that's when I was let out into the big wide world to be a professional, and thought that it would be so easy. Little did I know it wouldn't be.
You
Yeah.
have, let's see, that's the, let me get the right box here, the right one here for Carl. All right, so you have an extensive background in Shakespearean plays. And some of the most difficult characters to play in those plays. When you, especially did you work for Hamlet as playing Hamlet? What was that like? What was that first experience when you had an audience and you were playing that particular role?
The challenge with playing Hamlet, and I suppose any Shakespeare role, is that there are a lot of expectations of what's gone before. A lot of people have either seen Shakespeare on TV or, you know, in films from the past, Laurence Olivier, etc., those type of classical actors. So I suppose for me, the fear was that I would be judged against their performances. Now, Laurence Olivier was one of my favorite actors, but when I suppose once I left drama school and got the role of Hamlet, which was probably about three or 4 years after I'd left drama school, I think my mind had changed somewhat, a little bit, of how to portray it. Because at drama school, I suppose we all think that Shakespeare has to be, oh, for a muse of fire that would ascend the brightest heaven of invention, and very sort of poetical and very, very well spoken. But when I portrayed Hamlet, I tried to make him become more, I suppose, relaxed, and let the iambic pentameter flow more natural rather than it be very staccato. So I suppose those 4 years after leaving drama school, I think, because when I left drama school, I expected just to become a big star straight away overnight, because being, I suppose, leaving after 4 years, you're on a high, you're one of the best, you have the first years looking up to you, and you think you're going to go out there and blow the world to pieces. But then you realize that you're really a small fish in a big ocean, and you're starting all the way again from the bottom. So you're not as good as you think you are, or you probably are, but the confidence that you come out it starts to waver a little bit, because the jobs are not forthcoming. They're not there every single day, unless you're one of the fortunate people who become successful overnight and go from one job to the next. I've always classed myself as a jobbing actor, because I've had to do other jobs to keep my career going. So coming back to the role of Hamlet, I suppose I tried to make him more everyman, I suppose, like more real to the people who were watching. Whether I achieved that, I really don't know. I had mixed reviews. Some people said they loved it. Some people said they hated it. So again,
It's
that
not
was...
everybody's tea. Pick the tea you want. And if you might not even like tea, you might like coffee or some water or whatever. Just,
Exactly. Yeah.
you,
But
you will find those
yeah,
people whom find the experience, because really it is just an experience, and
yeah,
allow for that to either resonate with them or, they can walk away. And there's going to be critics and everything. That 10% is always, always there.
yeah.
So as you were going and moving forward in your career, what was the next most pivotal moment for you?
You mean in the early days, moving through?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
I landed a role about Rory Storm and the Hurricanes. Now, Rory Storm and the Hurricanes were the big band in Liverpool in the 60s, before the Beatles hit the headlines. Now, Rory Storm, he was called Mr. Showmanship. That was his title, Mr. Showmanship, because Rory would do anything for publicity. He would dive off diving boards 30 foot high, and sing at the top, and then do a double somersault and hit the water right on the last note. He was Mr. Showmanship himself. Now, when I was at drama school, I went to see a play called A Need for Heroes, and it was about Rory Storm. Now, if you don't know the story of Rory Storm, I'll try and summarize it. That he was found dead by his mother in the 70s, and the press jumped on board and twisted the whole story. Basically, Rory had died. He was on antidepressants. He'd had a little bit too much to drink, and he didn't wake up. His mum found him, and she committed suicide. So the press jumped on it and said that there was guns involved and there was murder and everything, which was untrue. And the reason I mention that is because The Need for Heroes, the play about Rory, sort of misinterpreted the whole truth about Rory's life. So a company set up a show called The King of Liverpool, and they had seen photographs of me in my 20s, and I looked very much like Rory, as Rory did in his 20s. He was very athletic. He had blonde hair, lots of blonde hair. So they tracked me down. And the funny thing is, it was a year after I'd watched The Need for Heroes. Now, when I was watching The Need for Heroes, I said to myself, one day I'm going to play that role. Little did I know a year later that I'd be tracked down by the producers of The King of Liverpool, and they wanted me to play the role of Rory Storm. So I ended up performing that, doing a national tour. Also performing at the Liverpool Playhouse, and there was I thought that was going to be my big break. I really thought that was going to be my big break. I had Bill Kenwright, who is a big producer. He's does all the musicals in the West End. Now the producers of The King of Liverpool knew that Bill Kenwright was looking for a rock and roll show to take to London, so he had said, well, I'll tell you what, perform some of the songs from the show, because it was a rock and roll show, in the bar during the break of the main stage theatre at the Liverpool Playhouse. And if it's any good, I'll invite you down to London, which is what we did do. And he did invite the producers to bring the show to London. And for one reason or not, I don't know what, but it didn't end up happening. We also missed a call off Ringo Starr, because Ringo Starr was Rory's drummer before he joined the Beatles. He'd actually phoned the producers, and they were out at the time, and he never phoned back. So for me, that was the first big opportunity that would have changed my career, which never happened. Why it didn't happen, I don't know. But that role, playing Rory, was one of my all-time favorites. It was absolutely fulfilling to play it. Rory's sister came to see the show, so, you know, performing in front of his sister and then her coming up and saying, you actually nailed it on stage, you were him on stage, was the best compliment that I could ever receive from anyone. There's another little side story that I was performing in the Liverpool Playhouse studio, and the audience were very close because it was a studio, and I could hear this noise as I'm doing my dialogue, and I look across and I see these two ladies in the audience, and they were whispering to each other and crying. And it's amazing how, you know, you can be distracted by something, but your mind and your mouth is still saying the lines from the show while you're thinking something else. And probably at the time I thought, well, how rude, you know, I'm performing here and they're you know, chatting away. Anyway, they came to me at the end of the show and they said, we were actually followers of Rory Storm when he was alive. And believe it or not, one of them was a medium. And they said, Rory was all in white, stood right next to you, and he was singing along with you as you were on stage. And that was like, even now I'm telling you that the hairs on my neck and arms are going up. It was just wonderful. But I used to talk to Rory. You know, people might think I'm daft, but you know, I believe that Rory could hear me, and I used to say to him, Rory, look, I'm about to go on stage and perform as you, so please help me. You know, whatever you can do, just help inside, give me the right feeling so I can do, you know, a great job. And then when they told me that, I thought, yeah, I achieved it. Yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah, absolutely. So
we're going to move to Same Self Sky.
Right. Okay. Well, as you mentioned earlier, I predominantly did theatre for about 27 years and never really wanted to move to film, because to me, I used to have this perception of film that if you make a mistake, you just do another take. What's hard about that? That's not a challenge to me. That's the way I believed for 27 years. So I don't want to do film. I did little bits here and there, bits of TV, but theatre was where my heart was at. Then someone asked me to audition for this role for Henry, which was a modern adaptation of the Shakespeare play Henry IV, Part 2. So that caught me. So I thought, okay, Shakespeare again.
Yes.
So I went for this audition. There was 2 directors directing this one, and the audition process took 3 hours. They had probably about half an hour of dialogue, and the rest of it was improvisation. And it was improvisation between myself portraying Henry the father and Henry the son. So they would give us sort of a synopsis of, look, we want you to improvise this particular scene, blah, 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 do that, and then do that, and do that, and do that. So anyway, I got the role, and it was the first time that I'd experienced having the freedom, because the story of Henry is quite tragic. He'd lost his wife and her sister in a car accident. So he had that loss. He was trying to bring up his 3 children. His eldest son was going off the rails. He was also trying to adopt his nephew. So he's trying to hold this home together. And then he discovers that he's got leukemia as well. So I had the opportunity to speak to doctors who would sort of give me a background on how a person, you know, what the symptoms would be if you had leukemia and how they might cope with it. So everything was real. It was, I was getting all this first-hand information. And this particular day, something hit me, and it was like I'd come home, or I'd been home for the first time in 27 years of my acting. I felt like this is where I should have been right from the start, because I discovered that I was doing less but doing more. Instead of being on stage and having to ham it up and make it bigger for the audience, I was doing less, and I was reaching more inside myself and using my own memories and my own emotions and bringing them forward into Henry. That I thought, that day I vowed I was never doing theatre again. And that was my change of tact to film and TV. And that's the way it's been going for the last 13, 14 years. So that, yeah. So Rory and Henry were two sort of major characters and, you know, portrayals in my career so far.
The Retribution.
Wow, the Retribution. Okay. So going back to my theatre days, when I left, well, as I was due to leave theatre school, equity was a big thing then, British equity, and it was a catch-22. You had to have an equity card to get a job, but you couldn't get a job without an equity card. So I decided that I would do theatre and education, or a touring children's show. So I set up my own company, New Era Drama Company. There was only 2 people in it, me included, but numerous characters. So I based it on the lines of pantomime. So you'd have the good guy, you'd have the bad guy, you have various puppets in there, some songs, some games, and it was about an hour long. So I set out on the road of doing TIE. I got my equity card from there. So the reason I mention that is because that got me onto the road of writing, you see. So I ended up doing this show called The Scarlet Letter. As you know what The Scarlet Letter is, it's American classic. And I absolutely fell in love with it. It was a musical and I adored it. But the guy who was playing opposite me in that, we became great friends, and he was a music teacher. He had a fantastic singing voice, and he was a great musician. So the Scarlet Letter after a while got shelved, and we'd spoken to the writer and producer and said, look, could we take it and can we produce it? And she said no, because you'd want to change too much of it. So I said to my friend John, I said, well, why don't we write our version based on the Scarlet Letter? So I went away, and it took me 3 years to write it. I would write the story, come to a bit where I think, yeah, this is where I want a song. So I'd write it in dialogue, take it to John, say, look, this is what I'm trying to say. And then he'd turn that into song. So it became more of a play with music and, you know, songs in it. And it took 3 years to get it together. And then I produced it twice. I never made any money from it. I lost money on it, it was also a period where I'd gone through a divorce. So I'd experienced sort of being hurt and adultery and things like that. So the Scarlet Letter is all about adultery. So I suppose in a way it was a bit of therapy for me to write The Retribution. So it got rid of quite a lot of baggage into The Retribution. I changed the ending from the Scarlet Letter. I changed the characters, and the plot is slightly different. So yeah, I've managed to produce that twice in 20 odd years, because it costs too much to do anything else with it. But that at the moment is sort of sitting upstairs on the shelf. But I did manage to get a cast together and get a vocal recording of it. It's not the best, but I did manage to get that. So I do have CDs of that as well. So yeah, that was one of my biggest achievements. And you know, at the time, people were saying, "Oh, it's like Les Miserables. It's on the same level as Les Mis." So who knows? One day I might start pushing and try and get that back up there and pass it on to a producer or something who could get it on the West End. I don't know. I don't know.
So we've been talking a lot about your background as a theater performer, and we've moved into your film work and some of the situations that have pushed you forward. But now I did a lot of research on you. I got 5-6 pages on you. This photo here scares the bejeebus out of me. And I have found other things in which you enjoy the dark side.
Yeah.
Let us discuss, if you will, the dark side of your career.
Okay. Anything in particular?
How about that picture back there?
That one. Oh, right. Okay. Right. Now I'll have to remember what that's called, don't I?
Let me think. Hang on now. What did I do here?
Oh, it's an American series, actually. That
It's got it is under the where am I at? I've got 50. Ooh, now I'm on like the big. Check that out, James.
Let me get
Bloody hell.
onto IMDb here. It's it's
What's that? Let me.
It's an American series, and
Should have wrote the name down.
it's based on true stories and people.
So serial killer.
No, not that one.
Not that one?
No. Well, yes, in a way, you're right. It could be classed as a serial killer. It's called Hometown Horror, and I was playing Dr. McDowell. Now, the story of McDowell was that it was, I think, in the Victorian times when they were delving into seance and talking to the dead, etc. And his daughter had died as a young girl, and he had this cave where he used to believe that he could bring animals back to life or connect through animals. And so he'd experiment on dead animals through electricity and everything. And he put his daughter in a big tank of, I think it's called like brine or something, to try and preserve her so that he could try to bring her back to life. But he also thought that if she was in the tank that he could communicate with her. So this particular whole story was focusing on that, what had happened, but also then focusing in the future where people I think it was something like, if I'm allowed to mention names, say it was McDonald's or something like that. Say it was McDonald's in America, where people were going in buying drinks and food, where they'd spotted a ghost of a young girl. So they believed, they looked into it and then found the history of Dr. McDowell and the caves. So they were linking it to, it was the ghost of his daughter that was appearing in the future. Now there's also this picture was where so-called Dr. McDowell, the ghost of Dr. McDowell, appeared to one of the young lads who was working in the store, who had gone into the storeroom because he could hear noises in the storeroom. And this ghost appeared from behind a shelf and then ran straight at him and pushed him down to the floor and started strangling him. So yeah, that it was like a reconstruction of true stories. So that's who I was playing in that particular role. I've never seen it because it was only shown in America, so I've never seen it. So I don't know how it was perceived over there. I really don't. But yeah, I found myself in quite a lot of horror movies and thrillers, not with any direction for myself. Just people have approached me over the years. I've done quite a lot in Italy. For some reason, Italy, they love horror movies. They love making horror films. The Perfect Husband was one of them. That was that goes by different names, but that was directed by Lucas Pavetto. In that I played a forest ranger. Again, it wasn't based on a true story, but it was all about, I suppose, abuse between a husband and a wife. But it had a twist in the end. You know, you always think, oh, it's the husband who's being abusive, but it sort of had a twist in that. There was Wrath of the Crows, which is by Ivan Sukon. Now, I think that's quite a big one.
I found that, and White Crow.
White Crow was, well, yeah, White Crow's not one of the horror ones in Italy.
Oh, okay, that's Spy. You played a spy, Patrick Adams.
That's right. Yes. Yeah.
In 2019.
Yes. Yeah. But it's only this year that it's actually the 3 episodes have come out.
Right, I saw.
Yeah, they've got funding for the next 3 episodes, but fortunately, I don't even know whether this has been announced, but it's now going to be made into a film, so it's just been announced here. So
Lovely. It is a very intricately well written and placed piece, and
Yes.
so it would be very good if you enjoy that kind of thing to get over there and take a look at it.
Yeah.
Protagonist and the subject of protagonist, they
Right.
help you develop your skill set, and they give you a ability that is different than someone who has so let me start that over again, because I wrote it out the other way and I got my words tangled. My apologies. Protagonists help you develop your skill set as a screen actor, as opposed to a stage actor.
Correct.
Please discuss.
Okay. I would say that for me I would never lose what I've learned being a theatre actor, because it's been a great foundation. I was always drawn to the dramatic characters in theatre, either the aggressive characters or the driven characters. I never really wanted to play the romantic leads, because in my life I'm quite a gentle character. I don't think I'm aggressive. I'm quite direct. Yes, I'm a strong, opinionated person. Some people would say that's aggressive, but what I mean is, like, I'm not a fighter, as Michael Jackson said. I'm a lover. Right? I'm not a fighter. I suppose I'm a fighter in the sense that I go for what I believe in. I fight for justice, and I suppose I always wanted to play roles that I couldn't be in real life, which tended to be these powerful, driven roles, aggressive roles, roles where I suppose they would domineer. Yeah, domineer. So for me then to go into film, I suppose my early films, I was too theatrical still. I was thinking, well, to be angry, you just have to be loud. But then I realized, no, that's wrong. That's wrong, because if you look at, because I've looked a lot into, I read a lot of books about Jack the Ripper, about serial killers, because they fascinate me. The mind of these people fascinate me, because I think, how can someone hurt another human being so intently and so despicably as well, and yet still live with themselves? So you think, well, it's not just one-dimensional. There must have been something within their life that has cause them to become like that and cause them to find relief in doing that. So in finding my roles in film, I thought, right, I really need to look within myself and try to connect my past experiences and my past emotions with whatever this character is experiencing. So if a character's being angry, as the point I'm trying to make, if the character's being angry, don't just be theatrical and shout louder and people would say, wow, he's really, really angry. But anger comes from an emotion and it comes from within, and it's something that leads you up to become angry. And you could be angry, but really, really say nothing. And I think that was the difference between doing theatre and doing film, was using realism and working from within first. And then your face and your body language would portray what you're feeling without even having to think about acting.
That makes it more realistic for the ones that are taking in what is happening. It also is almost a divisive way to be able to get the audience to buy into the reality of what they're seeing.
That's true. And you know, I've heard some actors, producers, directors saying, yeah, that's one method to use, but you know, it can be very, very tiring on the person themselves, because it can, you know, as an actor that uses that technique, it can be, and sometimes it could take a week, 2 weeks for you to lose that connection with the character. But for me, that's what works for me. And I think having that connection with the character and not being able to sort of brush it off overnight, it's rewarding in a way, because it makes, well, me personally, it makes me think, well, yes, I've actually changed. You know, it wasn't me. I've become at least part of that character so much that
you
it's
have
still...
this connection of method and emotional.
Yes, exactly.
Placed
Yeah.
together. And when that happens in a scene, it allows for that piece to grab the person that's watching, whether they're really excited or they're angry or they're frustrated or they're feeling all of this, and you're taking them along on your journey.
Yeah, and I think that's why Rory and Henry both stick with me most, because when I portrayed Rory, it was things like Iris, his sister, coming up to me and saying, how did you know that he did this he pulled his face this particular way when he was singing or when he was talking? Now, I didn't have any footage to watch Rory, so I had nothing to base him on. And she said, but how did you know? I said, how did I know what? And she said, well, you were doing this thing with your face that he used to do. And I said, I didn't know I was doing it. So I can't explain. I really can't explain that.
I can, because my background is paranormal, and
Right.
I am a very good one. And yeah, how that happened is you symbiotically worked with the energy that is Rory, and that glue, that energy kind of grabbed the whole entire feeling so that you could convey exactly what you wanted to, because of, I think you were so emotionally drawn into that particular role and you wanted to get it just right. Now, I have my co-host would like to ask you a question. Please, James.
Do you consider yourself a method actor?
Oh, now there's a question, James. I wouldn't say that. There's extremes of method acting, isn't there? You could get, like, one of my all-time great actors, Daniel Day-Lewis. Now, there's a method actor. You know, I've read so much about him and how he stays in character on set and eats in character on set. Now, I would like to believe that I could do that, but I've gone on set and I've tried to do it, and it's so difficult because even when I was a theatre actor, I would stay away from everyone, I would stay focused, and people would be coming over to me side stage saying, "Carl, are you okay? Are you okay?" And I would go, yeah, go away. I'm trying to stay in character. Because for me to, if you're a character on stage or in film, then yes, you should, for me, stay in character somewhat. But if the proof in the pudding is you have to stay 110% in character to be classed as a method actor, then I would have to say, no, I'm not. I would probably say I've tried to stay in 80% of 80% in character. So I wouldn't say yes, I wouldn't say no. I would say I found my own method, what works for me, and that is, I suppose I class it as realism, emotional, emotional, using my emotions. That's what works for me, because there's many methods out there, aren't there? And sometimes actors do get hung up on, well, I do this method or I do that method,
Or they get too much into the character.
Yeah. I mean, I worked on one film, and this actor said to me, I'm not going to name the film or the actor, said to me, "What method do you use?" "I use this method," he said. I said, "Right, okay." I didn't really answer him. So we do the scene, and it's a fight scene, and we're fighting, and he's got to stab me. So he attacks me, we fall backwards, he's on top of me. And if I hadn't been strong, if I wasn't as strong as I was at the time, I would have no eye left, because this knife was coming closer and closer to and he was climbing on top of his own arm to push. Now, that to me was losing control. That wasn't method acting, that was losing control, because you can't become real and really think, well, the other actor just has to stop me, otherwise I'm going to stab him in the eye. So for me, I lost respect for him, because I thought, well, your method isn't working, because you still have to be safe and controlled, but appear to be out of control. So, the people, I think, sometimes can say, oh, yeah, I stick to this method. But why? It's like saying, well, yes, I'm a lovey, or I'm this, or I'm that. Just, the proof is in the pudding. Just go on set, do your job, and let people say, wow, that guy knows what he's doing.
Matt, do you have any questions for our
I
current
hope
guest?
that answers you, James. I hope it does.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Thank you.
Yeah, I've got a question there. So a lot of writing, we get a lot of reviews that come in. I'm sure it's the same with actors. And emotionally, so mentally, how do you cope with the poor reviews that come in? Because no matter how good you think you are and how well you think you've acted, there's always going to be that one person out there who absolutely hates your work and absolutely slates you. So mentally, how do you cope with that? What process do you go through to take yourself on stage the next night or onto your next performance?
That's an excellent question. It really is. I suppose when I first left drama school, as I said earlier, coming out, you're thinking you're the best, and then all of a sudden you hit with people not liking your work and, thinking your work is atrocious, and you get the newspaper critics saying, or not even mentioning you, and you think you've done a great performance, and you find yourself flicking through the pages thinking, please just mention me, please just say that I did a good performance. And sometimes them saying nothing is worse than them saying something. So in those days, yes, yeah, it was very hurtful. And as I mentioned, you know, I wear my heart on my sleeve. So I learned very quickly that you have to be resilient and get back on with it. These days, through wisdom, I suppose through experience, it's part of the job now. It's part of my life, that rejection, and, you know, it's part of the job. Try to answer your question, how do I cope with it? Sometimes I don't. Sometimes I question my sanity, and especially in the situation the world's in today. There's hardly any work coming in. You see people getting jobs, and you're thinking, what's wrong with me? You know, why aren't I getting any auditions? So there's been times, and, you know, being truthful, there's been times during this lockdown where I thought, I can't do this anymore. I just want to give it up. It's not worth it. I'll just get a job, a normal job driving or something. You know, no disrespect to drivers, but at least I won't have to think about this 24/7, trying to find work, and, you know, being on Twitter looking for jobs. But then it's the blood in my veins, as it probably is with you. You can't turn it off. It's in you. You can't.
It's
No.
a passion.
Absolutely. Yeah. So, you know, yeah, there's nothing wrong, I suppose. My answer is, I suppose I've realized there's nothing wrong, and I'm not a robot, and there's going to be days, weeks where I do feel I can't do it and I want to give up, but I never will. I never will to the day I die. You know, I just won't.
So now that we're here, what I'd like to ask you is, I know you've been interviewed a bazillion times because I've gone through is there any question or any topic that you feel is important to you that people like myself gloss over?
Whew. I wouldn't say gloss over it, but I did an interview the other day where they asked me a question about sort of advice for people coming into the business, on what sort of mattered point that there was rejection, of how to handle rejection. My observation, at least in the last year, is that, and this is no disrespect, and I'm not sort of putting people into a box here, but there are quite a few people out there who are coming into the business that think that should be handed to them on a plate, that if they don't get a job in the first week, or, you know, in the first month, that why not? I should get a job. You think, well, if you're coming into this business, this is going to be your life, so you have to roll with it. You have to, and I think one point I made in this interview that I was talking about was being a jobbing actor. So I think that's a very, very important thing in this business, is being a jobbing writer, a jobbing actor, a jobbing musician. And there's no what's the word I'm looking for? There's no shame. There's no shame in being a jobbing actor. So I think raising that question is quite poignant, and it's a realistic question, because the majority of us in the arts have to be jobbing something. There's only the small minority who can do it 24/7. You know, we all have to do something else. And the point I made to the last presenter I spoke to was that whatever job you have to do, use it creatively. Because I mean, I'm a joiner, carpenter, so sometimes I have to go and fit an internal door, or I have to go and fit a garage door or something. But I've now learned that that's creative in itself, because you're taking something, you're molding it into a shape, and you're stepping back, and da-da, the show is finished. You've created something. But not only that, but the skills of talking to a person, communicating with a customer. There's all these skills then that you can bring into your creativity business, whether you're an actor, whether you're a musician, whether you're a writer. Don't dismiss those skills that you're learning, because they are all everyday skills that you should not push away, because they're part of you, and they can be brought into your world and make your creativity connected with you, so independent of anyone else, so different, because you're putting your own shine and personality into it. So yeah, I think the question would be that perhaps you should always ask is about what other work do you have to do? Are you a jobbing actor? Are you a jobbing musician? I think it's very, very poignant, especially now with this lockdown and the way the world is. Yeah, I don't know whether that answers your question. I don't know whether.
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And thank you for that.
I got a
So
question for both of them real quick. Being a writer, Matt, and being an actor, Carl, do y'all go out to a mall or go out to and just people watch?
look at
Not
that
now.
lip. Look at that lip. He goes,
See,
Oh, not now, because there's not a lot of people out there to
but
watch.
before,
Yeah, used to.
but
Yeah, it did.
hello, before
Yeah.
there was a before,
Yeah.
before the,
Yeah.
before the.
Yeah, definitely did. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, my wife and I will still go out for our allotted walk a day, and whilst we're out there, our sort of goal will be to get to a coffee shop and get a takeaway coffee. So that will be our final reaching point to walk back. But my wife will say to me, because I'll say, "Oh, did you see that? Did you see that? Did you see that?" And she'll say, "I didn't even notice." She said, "But how do you see these things?" I said, "Well, I just do. So yeah, it's probably observation that, without me even thinking about it, that I plot them then into my memory. So if I ever have to, I suppose, I don't look at someone and say, right, I'm going to remember that. But if there's a character comes up, I tend to think, oh, I remember that time I saw that person doing this or that. And the way they move, so then I probably bring it into my character. So yeah, in a way, I do, but not in the sense of sitting there sort of in a perverse way.
Well,
No.
as a writer, maybe that perverse way is more my area. Certainly has one that writes apocalyptic fiction, and we're kind of. I like to think we're in the middle of an apocalypse at the moment, so
Yeah.
it's interesting to watch people's behaviours during all this, how people act and react. You've got the people who'll just basically step away. If you see people with a cough, they'll look at them as if they shoot daggers at them, for example, and then there's the other people the ones that just go out their way to help people. If somebody's maybe slipped and fell in the street, you'll see that person, who has got the mask on, who has got gloves on, but they'll do what they can to help that person up and get the appropriate help where needed. So it's just interesting to see how these different people react in what we call an unusual situation. So that on my side is fascinating and certainly perverse, that I can see how people do. I mean, I think one thing which was totally expected for me, which shocked a lot of people, was the hoarding that went on. As a apocalyptic writer, that's the one thing you'll see in a lot of books is people hoarding things like toilet paper and bread and things like that. And I think the running joke is why do people need that much toilet paper? And when you actually see that there was actually stacks of cans of baked beans beside the toilet paper, you start and realise, well, that's the reason they need so much toilet paper, because it's all coming at the other end with all the baked beans.
All right. So Matt, I would love, and thank you for that lovely little view here. Go ahead and click on your there. Yeah, he already did it. He's like, I'm in trouble. All right. So Carl, if I may call you Carl. Bernard Pivot wrote a list of questions that are very favored with James Lipton, as he does interviews with people who are on the level, such as yourself. And so I'm going to ask you some questions and short answers, if you please.
Okay.
And let's see how this goes.
Is this a psychoanalyst or something?
What is your favorite word?
Oh, favorite word. Oh, God. Oh, am I supposed to know this straight away? I suppose my favorite word is blue, because it's my favorite color. So that's probably answering two questions. Blue.
What is your least favorite word?
Oh, I suppose pain.
What turns you on creatively?
Oh, I suppose making people happy.
What turns you off creatively?
Seeing nepotism.
What is your favorite curse word?
My favorite curse word.
And you may say whatever it is, because I asked.
I suppose I use it most would be shit, I suppose.
What is the sound or noise that you love?
That, what you've just heard, silence.
What is the sound or noise that you hate?
I would say city noise.
What profession other than the one you have now would you have liked to attempt?
A herbalist.
What profession would you absolutely hate?
Serving behind a bar.
And the final question. If heaven exists, what would you like to have God say to you when you arrive?
Right. You know what you've learned. Now go back down there, use that knowledge, and help more people.
I got goosebumps when you said that. That's pretty cool. What challenges you?
What challenges me? I suppose the rejection that is there every day in this business challenges me.
And the very, very last question. What did you think about the experience of being on this show for the first time?
Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Yeah, I really enjoyed it. It's gone too quickly. I must admit, I was a little bit nervous coming on, as I always am before a show, before an interview. But you have all made me feel comfortable, and I feel like I've known you forever, all of you.
I am just absolutely silenced by all of this, because the emotion that you give and the quality of your words and the way that you answer the questions were not just like, oh my God, I've just got to do this interview and I'm just going to say whatever it is to get through it. And because, you know, she probably doesn't really understand my process or anything like that, but you didn't do that. You went with the flow of it. And my appreciation is like forever. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you. I'm really honored that you asked me to be on here. I really am.
Thank you.
And I hope I get another chance.
Absolutely, because you
Definitely.
have so many different kinds of things that you bring to the class of professional and indie, and there are a lot of things that many of our listeners can get from what you have to say, and
Thank you.
I appreciate that very much. All right, so I am moving into my last hour, and we are going to be bringing on a lovely lady by the name of Delia, and I'm going to be getting all that stuff together. And as I'm doing that, please give links for anywhere you want people to know about where your work is.
Okay. You mean vocally? Yes. Okay.
It's a talk show.
I have a big list here.
All right.
Right. Okay. Well, you can find me on Twitter, and that's at Carl Wharton, CarlWharton. You can find me on Instagram, so that's at Carl Wharton Actor VO. That's voiceover. That's the topic we didn't get to talk about, but maybe we'll hold that on for the next one, voiceover work. You can find me on my website, www.carlwhartonactor.co.uk. And I suppose the last one would be Spotlight, www.spotlight.com/profile/7017 hyphen, is it a hyphen, a middle line?
Yes.
Yes, 8943, a middle line, and 6547. Also on IMDb, you can find me on there, Carl Wharton. So I hope that's enough there, I think.
Most excellent. Thank you so much for that. You are more than welcome to be able to stay on our last hour, or if you have to go, you may see yourself out, and all you have to do is scroll around and click out if you gotta go. We're going to be rolling into our last hour, and I am bringing in, hopefully, I think it's Delia, Delia. And
Delia.
yeah, so let's, or
Jackie, it's
yes.
Delia.
Delia?
Delia. Yeah.
I'm gonna
help you out. We're here for you, Jackie. We're here for you.
I appreciate that very much. Now what am I doing?
I'm going to say goodbye because I'm going to go to bed. So thank you. Lovely to meet you all, and I hope to meet you all again very soon.
It's been a pleasure, Carl. And I'm also going to say goodbye and say goodnight, Jackie, and head to bed as well. So thank you very much. It's been a pleasure as always.
Before you go, Mark, can I just take one picture of the screen? Would that be okay?
Yeah.
I'm handsome.
Take a picture.
There we go. Oh, I got my camera.
Yes, you had it right. I heard the Delia. Yes, it's Delia Colvin.
There we go.
Hi, Delia.
Lovely.
Hi.
Got you all.
Thank you very much. I appreciate everybody that comes on this show. I'm looking forward to having more conversation with you, Carl. And please let anyone that you feel would benefit from being on this show.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Delia, I'm sorry I can't stay, but I hope your conversation goes well.
I so enjoyed listening to you. That was so interesting, so fun.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'm sorry I can't stay. Have a lovely evening, both of you, and enjoy your interview. Jackie's lovely. Have a good
Good
evening.
night. Good night,
Bye-bye.
Matt.
Good night.
Good night, Carl.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye.
Hi, Jackie.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing great. I'm doing great.
Most excellent. Delia. All right, so now I will have that in my brain. I also love the name Delilah too. So, but yeah, there's not enough letters in your name to have that. So I got you.
Thank you.
All right, so you are our. I'll get it together. I'm new at this, so I don't know. Being on this show for your very first time, I will introduce you formally to my co-host, James Barker, who has been with us since, I think, 2013. Yeah, it's been a while. And so, Delia, please meet James.
Hi, James.
Hello, good evening.
Dun, dun, dun. Okay, so while I'm grabbing all of your information and getting some pictures up on the background, I couldn't get the covers of the books the way I want them, but I am going to do share screen and from off of what you sent me and see if I can get it that way. The pictures were very large and on the vertical. But while I'm doing that, please let people know who you are and what it is you do.
Sure. I'm Delia Colvin, and I am a screenwriter and also doing quite a bit of producing right now, and doing some TV, and a novelist. So I've got a novel series that I've been working on and we're re-releasing called The Oracles. It has a lot of Greek mythology in it and it's kind of fun. And then I write cross-genre on a lot of different TV. Mostly I like dramas and thrillers and that kind of thing.
So you have a very interesting background that is not quite the norm of what I bring on as far as things that have happened in your perspective, things that have happened in your past that have brought you forward to start off about 5 years ago into a steady climb upwards of working with some absolutely fabulous people who have seen your work and said, I want to work with you. And this is where that discussion is going to go. So as we have laid out the pavement for what we're going to be speaking about, what was that pivotal moment that made you decide you were going to change course in your regular life?
It really was. And actually that moment was 10 years ago. It was, I was working as an air traffic controller. I was doing what most people would think of as absolutely fascinating work. I did a lot of investigations on what caused crashes and trying to, it was really interesting work. However, I was not all that thrilled with it. And one night I had a minor procedure, it was the end of the year. I had a couple of little minor procedures, shouldn't have been a big deal. And all of a sudden it erupted into massive coronary embolisms. As a matter of fact, they said more blood clots in my lungs than they'd ever seen in a living person. And when that happened, I didn't know what was happening. I just thought I was having a heart attack. I didn't, and I rushed into the bathroom for some stupid reason. And I thought at that moment, God, I've had this life and I've chosen to do all of these various things. but I'm not doing the one thing that I knew I was put here to do, which was to write, and nobody had read anything that I'd intended. And then I realized I was standing in the bathroom and about to croak, and I was going to pull an Elvis, and I thought, I'm not going to die in a bathroom. Ran out. And what's really interesting is in that moment when I decided to turn around, it's like my life turned around, and somehow I survived. And actually, I feel like that it was kind of a rebirth. Yeah.
Going from that into writing your first book, what was that like for you, sitting there at a, I don't know, computer or with pen and paper in hand, or however it was that you did what you did, because you had not done it before?
I came out of the womb writing stories. So I was always writing something and starting something, but I had never finished anything. And I just kind of thought it was something that I wasn't good at. And maybe I could only write screenplays, and then I would try and they were bad. And then I would decide, nope, I'm not any good at that either. And I think I expected people to look at my work and go, oh my God, she's brilliant. and then all the world would change, you know? And that didn't happen quite like that. So I went on. I had quite a bit of recovery, and I didn't really know what to do. And it was but I started changing my life immediately. I started making changes, and I didn't really know what direction to go. I didn't just pick up my pen and start writing, but about 8 months later, I was driving into DC, and I was just about to cross the bridge into DC, right by the Jefferson Memorial. And all of a sudden, the story came to me as if I was seeing somebody's life. And it was about this warrior who was a Greek oracle. And I saw the whole story told. It was like it was told to me in seconds. And so I drove into DC, parked my car, got my iPhone, started typing. I had a mile to walk. I started typing on my iPhone. I was working about 14 to 16 hours a day, plus driving an hour and a half to 2 hours each way. And so I was every moment writing. And in about, it was probably about 8 weeks, I had completed the first draft, not of a novel as I thought it was going to be, but of a trilogy. It actually ended up a series, and we're going on the.
Let me know when you want me to put that up on the screen, because I'm going to share my screen to it.
Sure, you can go ahead. And actually, I thought I'd share this, is that I've not released, I'm re-releasing the series. I'm rewriting it because I've learned so much. Re-releasing the series, and I've never shown, nobody else has seen the other 2 books. So
now, hopefully this is, James, you're going to have to let me know if this is popping up right. Because there's new things that they've done with this program since I've been on it last, and I just want to make sure it's going to run right. So I'm gonna pop over here too.
And the new series in rewriting it is going to have between 9 and 12 books minimally.
Okay, and here I go. I'm gonna share the screen. Hit the share button. And I'm going to go over here.
Oh yeah, that's book 1. Now that one has been seen. That is the first book that tells the beginning of the story. And that one we're actually doing I'm actually doing a rewrite on that one.
Oh, it actually looks good on there like that, on there like that. On here, I've got the full thing and all that. Hey, it's gonna work. All right. So let me know when you want me to flip to the next thing.
So the story is really evolves around this woman who has been reincarnating and dying by her 27th birthday, and the warrior from ancient Greece who is her soulmate, who is following it, gets visions of where she's going to be and tries to be there and tries to save her, but he's not been able to. In this lifetime, he's determined that he's going to save her life. And so there's a lot of Greek mythology in it, which I never even liked Greek mythology. So this was quite an experience. And these characters were so clear to me, but there's a whole group of oracles that are all very unique. So this is the first book, is where they initially handle her dying by her 27th birthday. And then,
okay, so I'm going.
and the second book is my favorite.
Whoops, wait a minute, hang on. Whoop.
So this is book 2. Now it used to be called The Symbolin, and it's now been recreated as The Eternal Vow. And nobody except for just a handful of my readers has seen that cover. And then we've got the third in this, and then we've got the third one, which is The Unbreakable Oath. Both of these go into the underworld in this secret island of Delos in Greece, where the immortals gather, and all of their laws and how you access it. And a lot of people really enjoy that book. Book 2 is probably my favorite to write so far. So
International best-selling novelist, check you out.
You know, it
Wow.
was really funny, Jackie. Oh, this is one of my screenplays, or actually this is a TV series that we wrote, 40 Acres.
So what's funny? I'm going to flip back to the, go with your thought, what you were going to say.
So what I did, I didn't really know what I was doing. I had some, people, when you come with a novel and you go, I've never written anything, when you take a look at this, everybody's kind of like, really don't want to read, 200 pages of words when you haven't really mastered your craft. And finally, my ex-husband, who, God bless him, he actually read it and he went, "This is great, and you must write it." So then he pushed me to release the first one before I was really prepared to. I knew there was some areas that I wasn't really comfortable with, and I didn't really understand how my editing process might work, or how a normal editing process might work. But we had some major publishers that were interested in publishing it. And I remember one day, this one guy, he called me. I didn't really get back to him. He offered me a lot of money. I was really excited about it, but I didn't get back to him. And then the next thing I knew, he called me, the head of the publishing company. And he said, "Look, young lady, I am offering you more money than anybody's going to offer you on your book series. So you better just accept it and just know that this is it." And as soon as he said that, I went, I don't think so. And I decided that I would head off. At that time, I looked at the New York Times bestsellers, and like 3 or 4 of them had been self-published. That up until then, I thought self-publishing was just for people that couldn't sell their book otherwise, or people that were writing nonfiction. That's right. And the whole world changed about that time. And that was actually 2012. So it was a little bit longer. About 5 years ago, I got into screenwriting. So I went through and I released, it took me another like 8 months to figure out like the business end, like how to release a book, how to design the cover, how to design the book. I took a couple of classes to make sure that it was, to figure out what I didn't like about it or liked about it. And in the meanwhile, my now ex-husband decided to release the book early. So he released it and gave it to somebody. I was like, oh my God. I started reading it and I went, oh no, this didn't go out to anybody. Sorry, I already gave it out to some people. It's like, so.
When they kind of sort of like you, and they're trying to help, and then they're like, blah, and you're like,
he was trying to be helpful. He was trying to be helpful, and he thought I was being overcritical of my work. But I knew that it needed some work. I just didn't know what that work was yet. And I later figured it out. we did some things. So then I released book 1, book 2, book 3. I released them about 6 months apart. And during Christmas, the first year, they'd said, don't waste any of your advertising money over Christmas because nobody's going to buy your book. That's when all of the big guys are going to spend their big budgets. And I had already invested. And so I was kind of stuck. And I think it was like the 23rd of, or sometime right around Christmas, I got a really nice Christmas surprise because I found out I became an international best-selling novelist. And my books were in the top romance, in the top, I was in the top, all the categories. So it was pretty exciting.
The covers, and as I'm flipping through the pictures here, first of all, this lady kind of sort of looks like you.
Oh, really?
And I'm thinking, you have your hair, you usually wear your hair down, but if you pulled your hair back and all that, I'm thinking you put the same lipstick on in the dark, that's you.
Oh, wow.
And sometimes when people are very, very drawn to particular areas on the planet, or a particular style of clothing, or something that is definitively not of where they're at, like, currently, they have this real draw. It's because something in their previous life is where they're comfortable and where they want to be. And this, I think, is something that within the serendipity of what was going on in your life at that particular moment in time, and this element that just happened to come down, perhaps from the Akashic records, who knows? A lot of people are not going to know what that is, but where everything is all stored, it allowed you to have some freedom of movement in an otherwise very defining life.
I think that's completely true. Yeah. And it is interesting, Jackie, because it comes on all of my writing, especially in this. It came in a format that it was like a ready told story. As a matter of fact, the first pages of the novel starts the same way that it started when I wrote it, and hasn't changed at all.
Who did the covers for you?
Her name is Natasha Brown, and she is just brilliant. I use her for a lot of work. I use somebody else for my lookbooks and for my series Bibles. I use Drew Forrester, who's brilliant. Both of them brilliant. They're just fantastic. And they work really, really well with me. I was in advertising. I'm not an artist, a physical artist. I'm not going to be able to create that. But I can see like the vision of how it could look. Mm-hmm. And they just work really well with me in doing that. Yeah.
Screenplays, 40 Acres, A Pursuit of Life, Love, and Liberty. Talk about it and why it's important to you.
This series I've been working on with, as a matter of fact, I think you interviewed her, Joanne Hess, actually, and I.
Yes.
Yeah, she's one of my favorite people.
Mine too. Incredibly
brilliant. And one of the things that I really love dealing with Joanne Hess, if I may,
please do.
She is such a brilliant writer, but she is also a businesswoman. And so she and I have been in very difficult negotiations with various funding people and talent people, et cetera, where everything is not going right and everybody's panicking and freaking out and yelling and crying, and she and I will be the stable ones just trying to, okay, so what do we need to accomplish with this? And so she's just one of my favorite people to work with. So this series started off because I had found, I had started writing it. I kind of put together the concept, and everything that I write has something about the way that we in society make somebody less, or because of their color, because of their religion, because of their because of where they come from. It's always been a hugely upsetting thing to me. And so everything that I write has that, whether it's a thriller, all of it has that as a basis. And so one of the things, Frederick Douglass has always been one of my, he's probably had a huge influence on everything that I've done. And he was such an interesting character. But the main thing that I found out is that when the Emancipation Proclamation was signed, we assumed that then the slaves were free, and they weren't, because they were in the Southern Territory.
Right.
And even after that, it was like Lincoln didn't want to free them because he knew his big goal, Lincoln's big goal, not to be anti-Lincoln. Lincoln was just trying to keep a country together.
Yes.
He did not want to be the one that was breaking up the United States, that had taken the goal of the forefathers and destroyed that vision. And so he didn't believe, I mean, he really had a lot of admiration for Frederick Douglass, but more, he just did not want to be the one that was going to break this up. And as soon as he signed the Emancipation Proclamation, which took him like 9 months, nobody really believed he was going to sign it. And when they discovered it, there was actually points in it that were incredibly disappointing, and it was not the great process. So anyway, I went through and I was like, so how did these people end up getting freed? Because then Lincoln was shot, and Lincoln and Douglass had worked out all these great things. Well, then you ended up with somebody coming in that was not going to go along with Reconstruction, and they gave him 40 acres. The General Sherman took them down there and said, okay, you're going to have this island. We're going to let you do this. And they went out there and started setting up a housing development, but farms and ranches. And then they came back around and said, oh, sorry, no, we're giving it back to the original owners. And they really trapped them into slavery for many more years. So this story, I think, just needs to be told. And so Joanna and I started working on it with about 5 different storylines. And it's an exciting project. But there's been quite a few that have just come out. Rodeo is another one that I worked on with Joanne Hess, by the way.
Interesting.
Yeah. And she and I have worked on so few of
Oh, there's her name. You know what? I put everything together. I was working on this like really, really late into the morning. And so I was getting all the stuff together, but I just saw her name on there with yours. I'm like, yes, okay. Good company. Yeah. So give us a little bit about rodeo.
So I grew up, I had a cousin who was a cowgirl, and she used to take me to rodeos when I was 14. And it was such a wild world. And so somebody had suggested writing something on this. And at first we were writing it for a producer who wanted it. And then, our intention was to bring in both Joanne and I sat down with her and I said, this is what they want. I would like to do this, this, and this. She and I kind of worked out how we might do that. And we wrote a script that incorporated women, that incorporated different cultures, and actually brought a nuance into this on the old school of, because now the big business really here is, it's the most dangerous 8 minutes in sports.
Yes.
What rodeo?
My husband used to do rodeo back in the day.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow. And these guys, they spend everything they've got.
Yes.
For those, that 8 seconds on that bull or that bronc. And but also there is the breeding the stock. That's a very so we incorporated these 2 stories. We brought several elements in that I think are really fascinating, and then incorporated all the families. And I actually, this is one of my favorite things that I've written. And we do table reads at theaters occasionally, and people just really enjoyed it. So
I have one more to share.
but I do have to say, we brought it to the producer, who's a major TV producer, and he said, no, what we want, and the reason we're bringing you is we want different, ethnicities, we want different, all kinds of, we want women, there's got to be women. And then they said, what the hell is all this with all these women and different ethnicities? This is a cowboy story,
Is it really? All right, so here we go. We're going to go.
Now this one was my first script. And this was, I was writing, when I was writing the oracles, the first time in releasing them, I made some friends that had produced major TV or films, major films, Twilight. And so I'd been in communication with them, and I kind of got the idea that they might be interested in my stuff, and I figured I needed to learn how to write a script. And in the meantime, I read this story, and it's a story from Melissa Foster wrote it, and I just fell in love with it. And it's about this young white girl in early 1960s, late 1950s in Arkansas, and she has this viewpoint that she was raised with, that there's a lot of trouble in town. It's all the blacks, they're kind of the trouble. And then she stumbles across the body of a lynched black man, and because of her heart, she just cannot help it. She has to go to the black community and find out what happened. And in doing so, she meets this beautifully articulate and passionate black man who is one of the leaders in the civil rights movement, and she falls in love. But how do you then go? She couldn't be there, and so she had to figure out how to do this. So I read the story and I fell in love with it, and I'd never written a script, and I talked to Melissa about taking this project and doing something with it. And finally Melissa said, oh, sure. And then the project went on to the New York Times bestsellers list. So at that point, it's worth a lot of money. And so I wrote to my mentor. I just started learning how to write screenplays. Now he has 10,000 screenwriters that are writing him every day. And I wrote him an email at 3:00 in the morning, said, help, I've got the rights to a New York Times bestseller. What do I do? And he said, he wrote me back immediately. And he said, now, do you really have the rights? Or did she say she would give you the rights? And I said, well, she said she would give me the rights. And he said, okay, here's your job. Go get it in writing, and then let me know when you have. And the next day I sent her paperwork. I had no money. I had just gone through a divorce. I had no money. I had never written a screenplay, didn't know what I was doing. And so she calls me, she goes, let me just make sure I've got this straight. So you want the rights to my New York Times bestseller. You've never written a script and you have no money. And I said, yeah, Melissa, that's about it. And Melissa didn't know me, by the way. We shared an editor. That's about it. And Melissa is an incredibly generous person. And this beautiful woman who had no reason to believe me said, all right, let's do it. And signed it off and gave me.
Because you have nothing to lose. You have nothing to lose. And she's still in the seat where she's at, and she was motivated by your, man, you've got a lot of chutzpah to come in there and do something like that, lady. And that was like the thing that was like, I got to see where the heck this thing goes. Because if it doesn't go anywhere, well, I'm not at a loss. But if it goes somewhere, damn.
Well, she could have sold it. Like a week later, people were coming in and offering her money for it. So I felt very fortunate. And, you know, we've been through ups and downs on the project. I went through and wrote the script. It ended up being an award-winning script. People really loved the script. And so then I was able to get some expert advice. I had a friend that read it, and he said, who do you, he's a Black minister and one of my favorite people in the world. So I really wanted his take on it. And I said, you know, and he said, who do you want to get it to? And I told him some big names, and he got it to those big names. But you know, the first round, I didn't get their attention at all. A year later, after I'd done several rewrites and kind of learned what I was doing, I got their attention, and they said, this is a beautiful script. And people joined me in.
So talk to me a little bit about the guts of screenwriting, because the story that you were just talking about leads a lot of people who watch this show to have questions. Okay, so you have this screenplay. It's good. It's pretty good. But how do I make it better? What kinds of things did you need to do to change some of the elements to make it go to the moon?
Really important question, because I have so many people that come to me and say, I'm writing a screenplay. I have always believed that when you want to do something and you want to do it well, you find a master.
Yes.
And you have to, and so Hal Krosman, the guy that said, go get the rights. I had read lots of books on writing. I had read lots of, and none of them really did me much good. The first class that I did with Hal Krosman, it was a free class. And I went, this guy knows his business and he is a master. And he doesn't know who I am, but he will. And sure enough, he's actually a very close friend of mine now, but he taught a basic class. I went through that, and that was how I got my good script. And then he created several other classes, genre classes. Genres have, you know, very unique conventions, like you have to have certain things. So if you're going to write a profound screenplay, which is what this was, you need to know what those elements are.
Yes.
So he created a class called the Profound Screenplay. And I went and did that class. It's an online class, so he just sends you assignments and you go through and you watch these things and you adapt various things into it. And that class transformed the script dramatically. And then it really started getting a lot of attention. And then I did his master's class, which took it to a whole new level. So it was, at that point, it was getting a lot of attention. At that point, I had sent it out to several very, very major producers who read it and called me back and said, I need to work with you. Your writing is beautiful. I don't know how you learned to write like that, but I need to work with you. And so I got several people that I now, you know, and that's one of the things that I want to talk about is the developing of the relationships and all that, but because it's so important. But they had to know that they could talk to me. George Perry, George Perrick didn't know that he could talk to me, but I went and met with him, and I was pretty sane, and and we had a nice chat, and he asked me about my other projects, and we decided to work together. So we have been working together on various projects for about 3 years. He does amazing work, and I really enjoy working with him. On this particular project, we had Fred Durst from Limp Bizkit read it and said, "This is my passion project. I must direct this." And so Fred has come on and done that. And so Fred and I were working, we had all the funding together. The three of us have kind of all worked together, along with another partner, Amanda Kiley, have all worked together to bring in the funding. And all of us brought various pieces on it. And so at one point, Fred and I were talking, and he said, I'm thinking about something. I'm looking at your ending, and the ending is really emotional. And, everybody cries when they read the ending, but I'm just thinking it could be a little more powerful. And he didn't really have anything specific, but just in the way that he conveyed it to me, I suddenly went, oh, I was trying to hit 8 points, and I need to hit 1. And the ending was rewritten, and I think it's 10 times more powerful. So it's just like taking all of these creative people and being able and willing to take what they think and what they say and move it into something that can sell.
I know James is chomping at the bit. So please, James, ask your first question.
Do you feel like book writing has helped the screenwriting?
I'm sorry, do I think what?
Go ahead.
The book writing has helped the screenwriting?
My mentor, Hal, would say no, because he would say that you overwrite. It made me overwrite. But on the other hand, when I prepare a script and it's a marketing script versus a shooting script, I am very aware of the storytelling in there. It's a lot of work for me to cut out all the extra words. It's not so much work now, but it was. Certainly as a storyteller, I have, whether it's novels or whether it's screenplays or TV, I have the full arc. And I think storytellers are storytellers. So I think either one works. Most people find that you can't do both because they're very different. They're very different.
Yeah. Definitely, yeah, more descriptive than not. Out of the two, which is your favorite to do?
That's a I really love both of them. I've gotten back into the novels. It's really tough for me now because I tend to go in and just write the dialogue and then go, oh wait, I gotta write the other stuff too. I really love screenplay writing. It's a very specific art slant science, and the technical aspects of it that Hal has been able to break down. Hal Krosman from Screenwriting U has been able to break down and put into it has made it so much fun, because then you can go in and say, okay, this piece is missing, or this needs to be better, or whatever. And it's like a tiny piece of it. He's just done a brilliant job. And it's really a fun process to go through. I used to just really love the process of grabbing a bottle of wine and sitting down and, organically writing my novels, and whatever poured out, came out. And that was kind of the fun thing for me. And I'm just finding my getting back into that aspect of it in the novel writing.
I want to touch on dialogue because I know it's different between novel writing and screenwriting. When you do the dialogue, do you use a mirror? Do you use somebody else? How do you do the dialogue? Either way, screenwriting or book or novel.
I have always, I think it's one of my I want to say gifts. I don't mean gifts like I'm super talented. It's funny, my character says that in her book. I don't mean gifts like, oh my gosh, but it's one of the things that I do really well is when I see a character, I see them with the nuances of their dialogue. Their dialogue sounds very different. They don't talk like anybody else in the script. I see full characters. And so whether I'm writing a novel or whether I'm writing a script, now in a script, I'm going to say, I have to cut this down to 8 words, and I will have the character's personality written out and like their 8 traits, and every piece of dialogue must equate to one of these or more traits. If it doesn't, I have to brainstorm it until I've found that answer. And that's how you end up with really unique characters. It's a fun process.
If you were to meet your protagonist in an alley, what would you do?
I would from my novels or from my screenplay. Some of them I would wring their necks, but probably with.
James, I need you to finish out the interview. She's got about 15 minutes. We have a 911 thing outside. I'll be right back.
Okay, continue.
Go ahead.
Sure. If I ran into, I think the character from my novels, I would certainly want to help her move forward and understand who she is and embrace who she is, which is kind of what I wish somebody would have helped me do. And I think I did have lots of people help me do that. So I think I was pretty fortunate. And, you know, really, I think it's funny, I'm kind of thinking, but that's also with the screenplay with Have No Shame, that is the challenge of that character also, is her trying to please her dad and be like what she thought her life was going to be like, as opposed to finding her happy life, you know.
Yeah. While writing the screenplay or novel, have you had a character kind of take your story a different way that you didn't want to go?
They took off again.
I did have, well, I had a character, one of my favorite characters, as a matter of fact, the main character in my series, we got into the 4th book, and what happened is I wrote the trilogy, and then people cried when the 3rd one was done and said, please write more, I don't want these characters gone. And by then I knew the books were much longer, and so I had created outlines for more, and I wrote the 4th book. And in the 4th book, you know, Stephen King always says, waste your babies. You got to kill off your babies. And I loved this character so much. And I knew that nothing really bad had happened to him. I mean, he'd lost people around him, but nothing really bad. And I had something really bad happen to him. And it was really hard to write. It was really hard for some of my readers to read, because what happens is he gets, I don't know, but that was probably the toughest thing, because he turned into somebody that had an addiction and was having a very difficult time in life in being who he knew he needed to be and who he wanted to be. And it was really, it was, but for me, I always have to have a happy ending. I don't want to finish any book on not a happy ending. So, you know, that's where I go. I kind of like, how do we resolve that? And I always have to find a way to resolve that. So, but that was the toughest thing. That was really dark to write, and that was very difficult.
Do you use a particular program when you're going to write a screenplay? And it-
I prefer movie magic, but the problem is when you go into producing, then to move those scripts and break down those scenes, do the breakdowns, you really need it in movie magic. And so I have transferred those over. And then also when I work with writing partners like Joanne and I write on what the heck is it called? It's an
is it Scrivener?
no.
Celtex,
Oh, what the heck is it called?
Celtex or the final draft.
Not Final Draft. It's one that's online and we can download it, and it's actually wonderful. It actually is one of the easiest to use that I've found.
That sounds like Celtex.
Yeah, no, that's not it. I could Google it now, but
That's okay. All right. So when you're creating a character, it's a person usually, and people, they have multiple layers. What is your process for putting a character together? Where do you go first, and then where do you go last?
great question. I usually know the character pretty well, like the main characters. I usually know them pretty well. And in the general writing, oops, I just lost my light.
That's okay. Keep going.
Oh, okay.
I got you.
And I will usually go and if I need to make them deeper, I'll create various traits. You know, a lot of people, and my process in a screenplay is that I'm going to line out what the traits are in these and find some traits that don't quite fit with the other stuff. So they've kind of got these really interesting things going. And then I will write that into it. In the novels, I've known these characters pretty well. So, but what is interesting is going back to rewrite that novel. I kind of went, you know, this character is kind of just like being dragged around, and that's how she's, you know, I couldn't figure out why I didn't really like book one. And everybody else loved book one. It was not my favorite. And now I realize what I didn't like about it. And so in rewriting it, it's pretty interesting. And I'm having to go in and say, what are those layers that are later in book 2, 3, and 4 and on that are not in book 1, and add those in so that we have those pieces of her, not just what she's experienced, but who she is to the core. And that's actually a lot of fun. So I go in and I will say, well, these 5 traits are this person, but then I'll say, you know, these are just kind of all kind of nice, and she needs like some not so nice, because not everybody's nice, and nice is not very interesting. So then I add those other.
That's true.
Yeah.
It can kind of get a little bit like Disney-esque, and if you're not trying to do that and you want to make something that is more resolved in its being, then you need to go deeper.
Yes.
So what is it when you when you reached your particular highest point, what did you do to at least keep you a few steps around in there in the continuum, instead of going from the highest point to bam down on the bottom?
You mean in terms of sales and in terms of
No, in terms of your creative prowess, in terms of your ability to be able to move forward, because a lot of times people will get to a point where they peak and they don't know how to stay around that area. A lot of times they'll look at it and they'll go, damn, I did my best work. Now I feel like I'm slipping. And then they'll slip like really, you know, to the midpoint, or they might even go all the way down to the bottom because they think that they can't do it again.
Yeah, you know, for me, I just am always I'm creating multiple pieces all the time. I always have about 5 projects that I want to be working on. And I'm always just going on, and my whole measurement of me, and I do have another light here. Let me.
It's all right. You're fine. Don't worry about the light.
Am I okay?
You're good.
Okay. My whole process is to write so much per day, handle so much in my producing aspect of my job. What do I need to move forward? I have like these lines of here's what needs to happen in each of these projects. But I also don't say, if I'm writing and I'm really bored with this part, I will go and write something I'm really excited about, and I'll have fun writing that. And then I'll go back to that piece, and it'll be really a breeze to write it. So, and then I'll go, oh yeah, or I'm going to be just really blunt. It's just like Hal used to teach us, give yourself permission to write shit, and I would just write. And what I found is that in that piece, you will find little jewels that will end up being the best stuff that you've ever written. Not the whole thing, but usually somewhere in there, there's something that's great, that changes the whole character of the book.
What is one question you wish I would have asked?
How, I think, what do people need to do to move into screenwriting, to develop those relationships? How do they do that, or finish, or get into being a novelist? I have a lot of people that come to me and ask me that question. Yeah. So there's a couple of things. One is, don't ask people to read your books when they're not done. Finish your projects, get them done. Because if you haven't committed to finishing your projects, why would you ask somebody else to read it? I know that you're wanting somebody to say, yes, go do it. But you really have to show the discipline, that you have the discipline to go through it and finish it. And then that you have the discipline to go in and edit it before anybody ever reads it. So that's what I would do there. And as far as a screenplay, screenplays are not something you sit down and write without any, if you want to sell it. There's something that you need to know what how to develop the arcs for the characters, how to develop the arcs for the story. You need to know with the genres, how to hit those, master all of that, and the specifics of each genre, and how you market, and how you develop relationships, which is why I always send everybody to Screenwriting U, because I don't think anybody does the job that Hal Crosman does with Screenwriting U, and those classes are inexpensive and they're just so helpful. I'm a huge fan. Also find people that believe in you and can give you more positive than negative. And I've got a life coach, Joyce Wallace, and she's been there since I was in my 20s, so that's been key.
James, do you have any other questions for her? You're good. What did you think about your interview?
It was so much fun. You guys made it so much fun. Thank you. Yeah.
We appreciate you very much. So right now, what I would like you to do is give any of your social media, and I'm going to go ahead and share the screen on your novels too, on your books.
Thank you.
Sure.
Yeah, Delia, Delia at Delia-Colvin, Colvin.com is my main website, where I have all of my screenplays and my novels as they're being released. And anybody that wants to join our readers, our advanced readers, we also have that. I also have my screenplays listed there and the synopsises of those. And then I'm on Facebook. I've got a author's website, which is, I think it's Delia J. Colvin. Yeah, Delia J. Colvin And that is on Facebook. I have my personal site and also the Delia J. Colvin, but we do both there. Those are the two main ones. I am on LinkedIn, but the main ones that I'm on are Facebook and just on the website there.
I am pulling, I'm gonna wait for the last, there it goes. I love the color of red on that. I just am like enamored by it.
Oh, thank you.
On her dress, it's amazing. How did you come about the color?
I love red on these covers, and red or yellow has to be on every cover. And when I saw this, there's a lot of water in these books, and so I found these underwater scenes. And actually, a friend of mine who's a model, Jacqueline, I can't think of her last name. She did this underwater shoot with her boyfriend, her fiance, and they were so beautiful. And so I went in search of something like that, and I found this, and I just...
It's really, really beautiful. And then we have 40 Acres and Rodeo and Have No Shame. And I am absolutely in awe of the level of creativity that we have had on this show this evening. And I appreciate your personal story and your ability to be able to basically talk no bars about what it's like in the creative world for someone as yourself writing and creating screenplay and books. Thank you so much for your time. I hope that you enjoyed yourself and that you will share this with others. And if there's any shout out you want to give to anybody that you would like to have them know you appreciate what they've done for you.
Yeah, most certainly Joyce Wallace, and my daughter, who is my personal assistant. She actually lines up everything for me. Jennifer Youngs and her family, just wonderful. My father, who's like this never quit entrepreneur, and Jerry DeJarlis. And so I've learned so much from all of them. They've just all been really special for me.
Awesome. Most excellent. Well, that concludes our first 5-hour full show in 2021, and I look forward to many more stories. So if you are listening and are interested in having your works displayed, or know someone who you feel would enjoy the experience of being on Zombiepalooza Radio Live, let me know. You can send me an email at zombiepaloozaradio@gmail.com, or you can send me a link in a messenger on our Facebook page, Zombiepalooza Radio Live Facebook. And well, that's about it. And usually I have Dead Door closing out, but we have
roaming around somewhere.
We have this evening, we have James Barker. So go ahead and close us out, James. Thank you so much.
Okay, well, like Dead Door would do it. Yeah, everybody have a good night. Thank you to all the guests. Thank you to all the guests for coming on. And Jackie, thank you for having me on. And to everybody out there in the world, everybody have a good night, good morning, and a good afternoon.
Thanks
That's
so
all,
much,
folks. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Bye. So
See
much
ya.
fun. Thank you.